go ahead and call this Pompano Beach CRA meeting to order, May 19th, 2026 at about 1 o'clock. If I could ask everyone to please silence your cell phone or put them on vibrate during the meeting so we don't get disrupted, that would be ideal. So please take care of those cell phones. Mr. Alfred, can we go ahead and call the roll?
Yes, Mayor. Commissioner Fezzik? Commissioner Perkins?
Here.
Commissioner Segerson Eaton?
Here.
Commissioner Smith? Vice Mayor Fournier?
Here.
Mayor Hart?
Here. Can we all please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Very good, thank you. Can I get a motion approving the CRA board meeting minutes of April 21st, 2026?
So moved. Second.
Moved and second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Thank you. Mr. Harrison, any changes to our agenda today?
No, sir.
Very good. Can I get a motion approving the agenda as printed?
So moved. Second.
Moved and second. And all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Thank you. That takes us up to audience to be heard. Do we have anyone signed up for audience to be heard, Mr. Alfred?
Yes, Mayor. We have 4 speakers.
Very good.
First speaker, Michael Silversky, followed by Mocha McGee, followed by Danielle Benchi.
Just please come to the podium. Just name and address for the record. Limit your comments to 3 minutes. Thank you.
Yeah, Michael Skaversky, 1630 Southwest 5th Avenue, Pompano Beach. I have stuff that gets sent to me on these websites that some of you people are on. A couple weeks ago, since we are, this looks like what it says, a CRA meeting. I stated a few weeks ago that what we should do is have RMA or the CRA come in here and let us know exactly what they're doing in this new area, the MLK area, what they did yesterday to deserve their pay. I didn't feel like bringing in the division and the numbers I came up with last time, but they're getting paid an awful lot of money, and we don't know what the heck they're doing. They've been paid millions upon millions over here in what they call, you guys call Old Town. Guess what? I got a new name for Old Town, except for a few times out of the month, once a month for like 8 or 9 months, and then sometimes on weekends. We may as well call it Ghost Town, okay? We are spending tens of millions now over here off Martin Luther King Boulevard. We've got people that constantly say stuff about RMA and the CRA. If they don't want to, anybody up here does not want to open up your mouth and say, let them get up here and tell us what you did yesterday to earn your pay, then stop harassing them. Because that's all you're doing is being a coward by sitting on the computer and going like this all day long, and you have people that follow you that don't know the damn difference.
Very good. Thank you, sir.
Mayor.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you. So I was going to address this in my report, but I'll just do it quickly now since the topic has been brought up. At the last commission meeting, I asked that we have a breakdown of what RMA is actually doing for their $33,000 a month in the Northwest CRA, and I just want to comment that what I received was in the backup here, what we received was not a detailed breakdown of what they did yesterday, the day before, or anything that would suffice for a consultant in any other business or industry. It's a 4-page letter with bullet points on high-level topics and summary of work. There's no details of how the time is spent and why the money that we pay is where it's going and why they're deserving of it. So I'm very disappointed in the detailed services that we received, and I would ask for more in the future. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Next speaker.
Mayor, just
also let the record show that Commissioner Fezzik has arrived. Or yes, Board Member Fezzik. Sorry. Welcome.
I was just about to do that.
Next speaker.
Hello, everybody. My name is Mocha McGee, 951 Northeast 27th Avenue, Pompano Beach. Grew up here in Pompano Beach, been here for over 60 years, and I will be happily be here for another 60. I know a lot of residents, old, young, and new. I'm involved here in Harbor Village, Ladies Luncheon, etc. I know they are all looking forward and are excited for what's coming. The McNabb Family Botanical Garden, The family itself, the McNabb family, is fully behind this, and they're proud and full of support to all of us. Questions I've been hearing: why is this taking so long? Why is it taking so long? Your job as city commissioners is to represent we, the people. McNabb House and Botanical Gardens will be an asset to our city and to all of us. Our history, our culture, a place where we can all enjoy and be proud of. From grandparents to grandkids. My parents lived in this neighborhood where the McNabb Park is at the present time for years. Loved walking, but not in the park the way it was. My mom always would say, it looks dangerous. My dad was a GC back then. He would come home and say, no again, no, no, no. It wasn't easy working with the city back then. Wish they were still here. They would take a walk through the gardens, see butterflies and squirrels, and sit to enjoy a cup of coffee. They would go to the restaurant, they loved happy hour, and grab a bite to eat. District 1, 3, and 4, you have been slowing down progress here in the city. I watch all your meetings, by the way. To the mayor and to the rest of you, thank you. Thank you for keeping this project alive. You listen to your people, keep moving forward. We live in Pompano. It's a piece of paradise. Year after year, the world wants to come visit or move here. We, Pompano Beach, have a lot to offer. We have 99% support, and this is exactly where I want my tax dollars to go. Pompa, yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Danielle Flancha. I live at 820 Northeast 10th Avenue in Pompano Beach, Florida. Today, I'm here to remind everybody to do a little bit of their own research. I was on Facebook this past week, and I was really excited to see the number of individuals that are involved with our community and that are excited about the parks, just as Mocha just mentioned and as Mike mentioned previously. They're a little concerned about the timeline, and I myself have felt that way too. Actually, first I should introduce myself further. I told you my name, but the reason I moved to Pompano was because of the parks. I came because my husband plays tennis. I came because I enjoy running on the Greenway. I see many of you every morning. I wave to you. I walk my dogs. My son goes to school here in Pompano. He was born here in Pompano. I intend to raise my family in Pompano. I'm excited about a lot of the development that's taking place, and I want to thank the board and the commissioners that are helping to make this development possible. I want to call out the city. I went yesterday and made an appointment with the city, and I sat down and I saw the mounds, literal mounds of drawings and backup that these individuals and employees are processing and working through. And I want to applaud everybody who's doing all this hard work to get these projects off the ground. Returning to my first point, I want to call everybody who's interested in the lease to do a little bit of their own research. Set that meeting with the city. Go and understand. When you see a post that says that the CRA is tying up dollars from going back to residents, I encourage you to look into, just do a basic Google search. You'll see that those CRA dollars are getting poured back into the district where they were collected, and that those CRA dollars are getting put towards a project that this board has voted for, that this board has approved. If you see somebody saying that somebody has not voted for something, do your research, do a quick Google search. You owe yourself that much. You're halfway there on Facebook looking into it. I have people who come ask me, you've heard from others today, who say that they've got neighbors who approach them. Do a little bit of research to find that this project that's upcoming, the McNabb Botanical Gardens, it's going to be a self-sustaining project. It's a project that I have not had to pay for. I do not live in that little sliver between Atlantic and, on Atlantic in between Federal and A1A. Those are mostly businesses. Those businesses are paying for this project. The park is going to be free for us to attend. It's not going to be a park that we're going to have to pay for maintenance of. It's a great project. It's paying for itself. And I encourage you to do a little bit of research to vet some of the comments that are being made. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Next speaker.
Jocelyn Jackson.
Good afternoon, Jocelyn Jackson. Commissioner Fezzik, as an active commissioner, your social media presence, the management of your
Mayor, are you going
account,
to chair this meeting or today?
and the individuals you chose to associate with raise serious concerns. Whatever your personal issues you may have
order, Mayor.
regarding Kodak Black, this was absolutely the wrong time to bring them up.
Ms. Jackson, please.
Haiti is
Ms.
the-
Jackson, I'm going to ask you to hold up.
Haiti
I'm
is
going to
the
ask you to hold up for
first-
just a minute. Ms. Jackson, thank you. You'll get your time back. Commissioner Fezzik?
Thank you. Point of order. We've been through this at our last commission meeting when Vice Mayor was recently had this happen to her during audience to be heard. And Ms. Jocelyn Jackson was the person in charge of, who received the same notification that according to our rules, according to our agenda, you're welcome to address all of us here, and you can do anything you'd like outside of this body, but you're up there on audience to be heard. You follow the rules, and you're not enforcing them, and that's a problem. Thank you.
Very good. Ms. McKenna, is there anything appropriate about what's happening at audience to be heard?
In an audience to be heard, you have to address the board. You don't call out individual commissioners. You can refer to a commissioner with, and to the whole board. You can say, I am concerned about statements that were made by fill in the blank, something like that. But
Thank
you don't specifically direct your remarks to an individual on the dais.
Very good. Thank you for that. Ms. Jackson,
Thank you, sir.
you heard our attorney,
Yes.
so
Yes, I
please
did.
address the chair.
Yes.
Mr. Alfred, is there time back?
Yes, I paused it.
Paused it. Very good. Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Jackson.
Okay. Haiti is the first independent Black republic in the world and the first nation to permanently abolish slavery through a successful revolution led by enslaved people. That legacy is not just historical. It is a global symbol of Black resistance, dignity, and liberation. Because of that, any elected official who chooses to mock, belittle, or disrespect a beloved young Haitian figure during a cultural celebration is simply being insensitive. They are demonstrating a profound lack of cultural awareness and a disregard for a community whose history demands respect. When this behavior comes from someone in a position of public trust, it becomes even more unacceptable. It sends a message that the Haitian heritage and Black liberation history is something to be minimized or treated lightly. That is not leadership. That is a failure of responsibility. I will call this behavior out every time I see it. Haitian culture, any culture, deserves honor, not mockery. And any official who cannot recognize the weight of that history should reconsider how they're engaged with the communities they claim to serve. Okay? Kodak, this is his culture. This is his celebration for this month. Okay? It's Haitian celebrating for those who is not aware of that sit on this dais. It's very disrespectful for him to have to endure any kind of attacks. Find out the facts before you start addressing things on social media. There are 4 more pressing issues in the Northwest area, including addressing the slum and Black areas that deserve your attention, that you always vote no, majority of the time. And out of nowhere, you always appear at our community events. You're always there, where the crowd or the cameras are present, using the taxpayers' dollars to stage photo opportunities in your elaborate costumes is not demonstration of leadership. It gives the impression that image matters more than service. The community began to question each and every one of your leadership as a commissioner. Surrounding yourself around people facing significant personal or legal challenges that reflect poorly on your time in office. Be mindful when you're hosting gatherings at your home with other elected officials and staff representatives from another city.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson. Appreciate it.
Excuse me. I think I need to address a little bit of that.
I'm sorry, Commissioner once more.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Am I done?
You're done.
Do you have any questions for me?
No, Miss Jackson.
Okay,
Ms. Jackson,
I'm just asking,
I appreciate it. Thank you. You're
because I'm
done.
right here.
You've spoken your time. Thank you.
Okay.
Appreciate it. Okay. Commissioner Fessick?
Thank you. So there was a lot there to unpack, but the first portion is simply that I believe what was referred to is something questioning the city's decision, not at all attacking an individual. In fact, the entire post said, I hope that this individual gets the help that he needs and deserves to have. It is very unfortunate, and I have this statement, and I am welcome to my belief in this. It is very unfortunate that we have chosen to celebrate not just the kind thing somebody does, but also that I believe there should be some sort of way that we choose how to honor folks that we give the key to the city to. So that was not mocking any community. I was not mocking any individual. I genuinely hope that person gets the help he deserves and needs to have, in my opinion. I do question our city's decisions there. And I'm not, we mentioned facts. The fact was is this person was arrested twice within the past few weeks. And it makes us reflect badly on the city in that manner, or our decisions. So I want to be respectful to the community. The Haitian community absolutely has nothing to do with them. In fact, I invite them to celebrate their community, and we'll do so for the rest of the month. Thank you.
Very good. That takes us up to our regular agenda. Item number 1 is a
Mayor,
request.
excuse me.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Perkins?
Yes, thank you. I wanted to bring attention to the young lady that was just speaking. She was talking about slum and blight. And my understanding is that she owns property on MLK Boulevard in Pompano. And that is next to the Omega Frat House. And my understanding is that there are 3 or 4 food trucks there on that property. She has been fined and there are violations running, and those food trucks are still there, serving food to the residents. Now, I've been catching a lot of flack from the business on the right and the resident on the left, calling me about this because they have been there for years, over 40 years.
Okay,
Then
Miss
all of a
Jackson,
sudden-
I'm going to ask, Miss Jackson, I'm going to ask you to be quiet. That's number 1. That's first time. Miss Jackson,
So-
I'm going to ask you to be quiet. That's number 2. Allow the commissioner to speak. Thank you. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Now, if that had been someone else, you would have asked BSO to escort them out.
Commissioner, that is incorrect. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Okay, so I just wanted to bring attention to that the business owner to the right, the resident to the left are complaining constantly about the conditions of this property, and it needs to be cleaned up. Like I said, she has been fined and there are violations, but it continues as of today. So at least we need to, Mario, address the concerns of those people to the right and left of that business that are constantly complaining to me, and I'm sure they're complaining to you as well. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. That takes us up to our regular agenda. Item 1 is a request.
Request by Office of Housing and Urban Improvement to convey 3 CRA-owned parcels to the City of Pompano Beach for development as affordable housing, and consideration of 3 unsolicited proposals for such parcels received in response to legal advertisement for the notice of intent to dispose of property.
Very good.
So moved.
Moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. For discussion, Ms. Lamassier.
Good afternoon. Cassandra Lemasseray, real property manager for the CRA. So the overview that I'll start with, and this was all included in my memo and your agenda backup, but I thought for the audience's sake to do it in a little bit of a presentation style so I can catch everyone up with what's already been provided to the board. The city's Office of Housing and Urban Improvement requested 3 CRA lots that are located at 801 Northwest 18th Avenue, which is a front and a rear landlocked lot, and 785 Northwest 18th Avenue be conveyed to the city to build affordable housing. In 2025, OHUI constructed 4 single-family homes for income-restricted buyers directly north of this property, and they currently do not have any available lots to build new affordable homes on. One of the lots is a replacement lot for 1860 Northwest 8th Street. That was conveyed to the CRA in 2023 instead of the city. It was pursuant to a settlement agreement that resulted from the city's foreclosure case for municipal liens around $3.7 million and compliance issues that dated back to 1989. So that settlement agreement was approved by both the city and the CRA board, and the lot was used as additional drainage for the new Hunters Manor subdivision that went in. So the property information, you can see property number 2, which is the landlocked lot. Broward County conveyed that as unbuildable property to the city March of 2004, and then the city conveyed that to the CRA in September that same year. And then property number 1 that actually fronts Northwest 18th Avenue, the front lot, the CRA purchased that January of 2025 for $100,000. And then to the south, property number 3, which is 785 Northwest 18th Avenue, was purchased by the CRA in 2006 for $109,500. So on the map, you see that the top 4 houses outlined in blue, those are the new houses that OHUI built last year on the property they had purchased. The 3 lots outlined in red and numbered are the CRA lots we're talking about this afternoon. And then in orange is the lot that was conveyed to the CRA instead of the city pursuant to the settlement agreement for the municipal liens. So although Florida statutes do not require intergovernmental transfers, which would be a transfer of the CRA property over to the city, be advertised, in order to be transparent, the CRA did go ahead and do a 30-day notice that was advertised in Sun Sentinel on January 30th of this year, and it invited additional proposals from developers or persons that were interested in undertaking the development of these properties as affordable housing. So we received 3 unsolicited proposals in response to that legal notice. The first was from Birdsong Management LLC, located out of Miami. The second was from Parrish & Associates LLC, located in Deerfield Beach. And the third was from Via Hope Inc., which is out of Lauderdale Lakes. Just a copy of the affidavit and the legal notice that I referenced in the earlier slide. So now what I'd like to do is just give you the highlights of the 3 proposals, and those were included in your backup in full. The first, Birdsong Management LLC, has Chancey Lockett as the sole member of the LLC. The LLC was formed June of 2018 and reinstated on SunBiz in September of 2020. So what Birdsong proposed was a 4-bedroom, 2.5 bathroom, 1-car garage home with 1,700 square feet under air for a proposed sales price of $485,000, which would equal $285 per square foot. The proposal did not include any prior experience, a description of financial capability, evidence of funding, a financing plan, references, a site plan, a floor plan, or renderings. I did search for a license, and the sole managing member is not licensed as a contractor in the state of Florida. And he provided 3 different options for the agreement structure, if you will. The first was that there would be a reconveyance of the property to the CRA if construction was not completed in 12 months. Option 2 was shared appreciation for 25% of the excess proceeds if the home sold for more than $485,000, meaning he would give 25% of those additional proceeds to the CRA. And option 3 was a requirement that the home be sold at or below $500,000 with no option for reconveyance if construction wasn't completed in 12 months. And this was seeking donation of the land. So the second proposal was from Parrish & Associates LLC out of Deerfield Beach. You guys are probably familiar with them because you recently approved a property disposition and development agreement earlier this year for them to develop one of the CRA's lots on Northwest 27th Avenue. So they have 27 years of combined experience in real estate and residential construction. Their LLC was formed in June of 2017. They proposed a 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom, 1-car garage home with 1,754 square feet under air. Their proposed sales price was $475,000, which would equate to $270 per square foot, and that was for their pre-qualified buyer. They did provide a mortgage pre-approval letter for $475,000 for that buyer. They also provided a letter from LL Capital LLC confirming that they did have credit available in the amount of $380,000 per home to cover construction costs for each home. Joshua Parrish Willis is a licensed contractor as well as licensed as a real estate sales associate. They did include a pro forma that had per square foot costs, expenditure schedules, and estimated construction costs for all the major categories. They also included a site plan, renderings, a floor plan with dimensions, as well as elevations, and 4 references were provided for single-family homes that they had built. They also included pictures of 3 single-family homes they had completed in the past 5 years, a video of the home they completed at 1740 Northwest 7th Street in the Ortonique development, and they proposed a timeline of completion of 8 to 11 months. So that's the highlights from your second proposal. This is the rendering that they provided, as well as the floor plan with their summary of what they were proposing to be developed. So our last proposal was from Via Hope, Inc. They have several officers of the company. They're based out of Lauderdale Lakes. They were formed in January of 2025, and this is a female-owned business that is a not-for-profit business. They proposed a 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom home with a 1-car garage with 1,725 square feet under air, proposed sales price of $465,300, which also equals $270 per square foot, just like Parrish. The company themselves, they're not a licensed contractor. What they do is they work with contractors to provide workforce exposure for young adults that are interested in careers in the housing and construction industries. A proof of funds and lender commitment were not included in the proposal, but the proposal did note those were available upon request. And the proposal did not include a pro forma. They did provide a floor plan that had dimensions. They did not include the site plan. They provided the names of 3 general contractor collaborations that they've done in the past, but it did not include the contact information or details on the projects themselves. They did provide pictures of 3 single-family homes, 2 that they had completed under those collaborations and 1 that was under construction at the time the picture was taken. And they are proposing completion 12 to 14 months for both homes. So those are the highlights of the 3 proposals. And they included the architectural rendering as well as the floor plan. Now, I do want to note that the floor plan doesn't actually match the rendering, because if you're looking on the left-hand side where there's the window, it actually shows a living room when you're zoomed in on that, but per the floor plan, that would actually be a bedroom. Not a big deal, but just so you understand that the rendering's not quite exactly what the floor plan is. This was also included in the backup, but this was just the comparison on the sizes of the homes that were proposed, the sales prices that were proposed, what that would equate to for a per square foot sales price, the project construction costs broken out between soft costs, total project cost, gross profits, net profits, and the land purchase offer, which in this case all were asking for a donation. So the staff recommendation is that the conveyance of the south lot, 785 Northwest 18th Avenue, be to the city to be developed as affordable housing for an income-restricted buyer, and that should the board choose to accept an unsolicited proposal, that you would accept one from Parrish & Associates LLC as the one licensed contractor that submitted a complete submittal. And that would be for them to unify those 2 lots at 801 Northwest 18th Avenue and have one buildable site, and that would be for their pre-qualified buyer. Alternatively, should the board choose not to accept an unsolicited proposal, then staff would recommend that all 3 parcels be conveyed over to the city for the development of 2 affordable homes. That concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions.
Very good. Thank you for that. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion, questions, concerns. Commissioner Segerson-Eaton? No? Oh, no?
Yes.
Okay, Commissioner Perkins?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Was Well, there were 3 proposals. Was this presented to the CRA advisory?
So as was noted in the memo in the backup, this actually was an agenda item for the May Northwest Syria Advisory Committee meeting. However, the meeting could not be convened due to lack of a quorum. They were short one of their committee members. So the committee did get to see it because it was included in the backup that was provided to them prior to the meeting, but it was not, the meeting was not held, so it was not publicly discussed, so therefore they could not provide a recommendation. They also did get to see it back in, was that their February meeting date? Because we had put that ad out and we actually were receiving unsolicited proposals after we had put it on the Northwest Committee's agenda. So at that point, we told them, we're gonna have you make a motion to strike this from your agenda, and we would bring it back to you after we had had time to receive all and review all the unsolicited proposals. We literally had one we received like an hour before the meeting that night. So they actually did not do any formal consideration of the proposals, but they were provided to the committee.
Okay, thank you.
Very good. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I have a few questions. In the parish proposal, on one of your slides and in the proposal, it talks about 2 modern single-family residences. So is their proposal to unify the north lot and build a home and then build another home to the south? Because it's different than what the recommendation was. So
Correct.
Why are they talking about 2 in here?
Sure. So if you look at the properties 1 and 2, those need to be unified to be one buildable site, and then property 3 is standalone. And so it gets a little confusing because we're talking about 3 individual parcels, but they equate to 2 build sites. All 3 of the unsolicited proposals were requesting all 3 parcels, 2 buildable sites. Staff's recommendation that at a minimum 1 lot needs to go back over to the Office of Housing and Urban Improvement is due to the fact that the 1860 lot that was conveyed to the CRA based on a settlement agreement for municipal liens and a municipal foreclosure, initially the Office of Housing and Improvement had requested that lot, and it was designated to go to them. And the CRA stepped up and said, wait, we really need this to serve as drainage for the D.R. Horton project, because if not, we lose one of the houses that could have been built. And so OHUI CRA said, you know what, we've got a lot that's on Northwest 7th Street that we'll convey over to you. However, since that point in time, back in 2023, OHUI bought the lot you see the 4 houses on, north of the CRA's lots, and the CRA was able to buy property number 1 that made property number 1 and 2 together be a buildable lot. So at that point in time, the CRA had received an unsolicited proposal last year for the development of a single-family home on the 7th Street lot by the Jesus Supernatural Church, which Fraser Elite Homes will be building. And OHY instead said, you know what, it makes sense. We would rather take one of the lots you have on Northwest 18th Avenue where we've already built homes. So that's why staff's recommendation is that 1 lot goes back to the city, because really the CRA owes OHY a lot. Now, totally up to the board whether you want all 3 parcels for 2 homes to be built to go over to the city's Office of Housing and Urban Improvement, or should you choose to accept an unsolicited proposal. Staff's recommendation is based on the information contained in the proposals that were reviewed. Not anything against the 3 unsolicited proposals. It wasn't an intent for this to be an unsolicited proposal. This was an intent for the property to be conveyed over to the city.
Okay, so thank you for that explanation, and I think that clarifies my question about these unsolicited proposals, because in the proposals, it says 2 modern residences, and there's a picture of 2 homes next to each other. So the recommendation is not to convey lots 1, 2, and 3 and do 2 homes. Your recommendation is to unify 1 and 2 and
Yes.
allow that to go to one of the unsolicited proposals, and then convey lot 3 back to the city because the CRA owes the city.
Yeah, and the reason
OHUI
being,
a lot. Okay, so what is the process then? So let's say we move forward with that proposal. What is the process for OHUI to build on lot 3 then? Do they go out to bid for some contractor or developer to put a home on that lot?
So the Office of Housing and Urban Improvement does bid out their projects to their contractor pool for the actual construction. I'm not involved in their process when it comes to the actual construction of that. If you have detailed questions, we do have Alex Goldstein here from OHUI that can speak to that.
Okay, but the general process is they go out to bid for a developer to put a home on that lot?
Yes, they will end up with building plans. They submit a permit, just like anyone else, for the construction of the home.
Okay, and can you clarify the orange lot on here again? That is the lot that is being conveyed, or that is the one that was?
Sure. So that's the lot that was conveyed over to the CRA instead of the Office of Housing and Urban Improvement. On that aerial, you can even see the homes that are wrapping around that are part of the project that was done by D.R. Horton. So that lot had, like I said, almost $3.7 million in liens in it. It was a vacant lot.
So that's the lot that we are now, that was used for drainage, and now we're getting lot 3 instead?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So who owns the parcels to the south of lot 3?
Sure. So the parcel to the south is owned by the estate of Penny McCormick. They've been going through the probate process for a couple years now, I believe.
Okay. And all the way down to 7th Street, do we?
Are
There's a
you
lot of
talking about-
undeveloped, there's a lot of vacant lots here, right? And it looks like we're working our way down the street. So is this strategic?
OHUI would love to be able to purchase that, but until the probate of the estate is complete, you can't purchase a property because it causes title issues.
I'm aware.
It's a little challenging with the lots that are located directly west of this that are owned by Anointed Reach Out Ministries, because in essence, they are essentially landlocked.
Okay, so we do have a landlocked area behind these lots still.
Yeah, there is a potential that City Commission, I should say, not we, that the City Commission, should a code amendment be put forward like we did for 2 other neighborhoods, you could allow for a narrower right-of-way, like instead of a 50-foot, perhaps a 30-foot, and then that could render those actually to be buildable.
Okay. Yeah, one of my concerns when I look at this is the landlocked lots behind it, and as we keep building down further south, what are we doing to that strip of vacant land there? But thank you for the clarifications.
Very good. Further Commissioner Fesick.
Thank you. Just a quick question related to the same landlocked pieces. Is there any way that we would be able to, I guess, if we conveyed these lots, request that they provide right-of-way, I guess either on the backside, so in case we do further on have the opportunity to purchase the property to the south? Is that the CRA's intent, to purchase the property to the south once it's out of probate?
Actually, that would be more the Office of Housing and Urban Improvement that was looking at potential acquisition of that property. What probably would be most appropriate would not be doing a right-of-way dedication out of what is essentially the backyard of those homes, which would make them then jut in further to the east than the homes that were already built north of them. The lot depth, it's a little bit deceptive, but it's pretty deep on the Anointed Reach Out Ministries. And so one thing I did was speak with the city engineer to confirm, and utilities as well, that a 30-foot right-of-way, if you put it in basically what would be the backyard of these homes, the front yard of what could be built, then that would be adequate to be able to put in the infrastructure that's required for the city, and then you could end up not having landlocked lots. That was a main concern of mine as well. So that's why what it would require, though, is a text amendment to the right-of-way standards in the city's code in Chapter 100. So that's something that if someone wanted to develop it at a future point in time, would need to be brought to the City Commission.
So would it be a text amendment required, or could we do a special variance for that particular property at that point in time?
So it's not something where variances don't control right-of-way. So you have Chapter 100 of your Code of Ordinances that sets what minimum right-of-way is required for different road types and specific roads in the city. So similar to how that had been amended in the past for the neighborhood north of Markham Elementary and the neighborhood on the north side of Northwest 15th Street that has existing homes but no actual right-of-way, you would accept a smaller right-of-way for this specific area. Or perhaps you would write the amendment that it would allow on a case-by-case basis where smaller right-of-ways could be accommodated so that every time you run into this circumstance, you're not having to amend your code.
Great. Then a question about, so if we were to, I mean, obviously, affordable housing is something that doesn't come around as often as we'd like. What's the timeline if let's say if Parish, which you're recommending, if Parish were to build both sites as they proposed?
So Parish in their proposal, and let's go back into that so I don't misstate, they had an estimated time for completion for both homes of 8 to 11 months.
Okay, and what would the process be if we followed staff's recommendations and put it back through the OHUI process? They'd obviously still do, I guess, 8 to 11 months on the north lot.
It might be a little bit quicker for them because they have specific plan sets they've used on prior lots of similar size directly north of here, so it wouldn't necessarily require them starting from scratch. They already have plans that could go in and much quicker for permitting. So I would think that the Office of Housing and Urban Improvement actually would have a shorter time frame for their completion than someone that was at a different starting point that didn't already have an entire plan set ready to go.
Okay, and they would, so Parish and Associates wouldn't be able to use the plan that they've had before or for other areas in the CRA, for example?
So the other plan that they had, for the lot that was, 1910 Northwest 7th Street, that lot was a little bit narrower, different configuration, so I don't believe they were proposing identical plans. However, the other is, those were not fully developed plans for a permit set because the board did not accept their unsolicited proposal. So what was provided was just a floor plan. So I would think they did not have a complete permit-ready set for that as well. And they did pay for the lot at the last time, Parish and Associates, we did have them pay. So per the property disposition and development agreement, they were going to compensate the CRA $220,000 for that, which would be $55,000 per townhouse unit they anticipated building. That money's not actually due until we go to convey, like in a typical closing. So we have not received compensation yet. They're still working on their plans for the property.
Okay. I think that's all for now. Thank you.
Very good. Commissioner Perkins.
Thank you, Mayor. Once we select a proposal, or if we select a proposal, what is the process of ownership?
Sure. So it would be no different than if you had accepted when you accepted unsolicited proposal from Fraser Elite Homes LLC. We would then sit down and we would draft a property's disposition and development agreement, and then that agreement would come back to the CRA board at a future meeting for approval.
Okay, you build a home, for example, the home is built. How do you go about finding a person to purchase the home?
If you're talking about Parish and Associates, they actually already have a pre-qualified buyer for their home, so they already have their intended buyer for this.
So they go out and find someone that's eligible for the home and...
Correct, that can get financing that meets, income restriction requirements. Now, these are not deed restricted to be affordable housing, unlike the lot that Fraser Elite Homes has their agreement for. These don't contain that type of restriction. However, this was something that if we were going to be giving the lots to the city and affordable housing was going to be built, the CRA was going to require the same thing of anyone that submitted a proposal.
Okay, great, thank you.
Very good. Further, Commissioner, Vice Mayor.
One other thing came to mind as you described this street. So there are 4 lots that we developed with these standard OHUI models, floor plans, probably similar looks. And then we're going to have one potential home developed by someone else that might look different, and then go back to these OHUI models. And I just want to make sure that we do think about how this street flows and feels like a neighborhood instead of just houses being plopped next to each other based on who developed them. So all of the homes in the proposal, the Parish and Associates' proposal look nice. I just don't know what they look like relative to the homes that are on the street. So just, can we just keep that in mind so this feels uniform if we do this?
Yes, and what you're talking about is what the block face looks like. Like, is there a variation, or does it literally look like a gated community where they drop the same floor plan in beside each other? If it helps a little bit, the Office of Housing and Urban Improvement did different floor plans on theirs. So they were even alternating like what side the garage was on for the units that had garages. They were treating the entrances a little bit different and the windows. And so they mixed up the floor plans on the floor that they built so that two identical floor plans, so the facades would not be identical.
Yeah, that's fine. When I look at what we've built here and the proposal, they look very different. So if the plan is, if there's 4 homes that are one style and then one that's another, and then we go back to it, I just want to be, make sure it's cohesive and feels like a neighborhood, not the same home necessarily, but that there's
Right, but maybe not
similar
like
style.
Spanish red barrel tile and
one next to shingle roofs on the other or something. Just as if we're going to have different developers as we go down this street, I'd like to make sure that some attention is paid to the cohesiveness of the street.
Absolutely.
Further commission discussion? Got Commissioner Fessick, then Commissioner Perkins.
Just a couple more questions. So if we were to convey the properties to the city, would it be directly to OHUI or just to the city?
So when I'm talking about the Office of Housing and Urban Improvement, they are not a separate legal owner of property. Property is either owned by the Pompano Beach Community Redevelopment Agency or the City of Pompano Beach. When we talk about Office of Housing and Urban Improvement, what we do is properties that are designated for the Office of Housing and Urban Improvement to use, they're in a separate pile. We know, oh, this is being used by the Office of Housing and Urban Improvement. They're going to be building affordable housing on these. So the property would be conveyed to the City of Pompano Beach, and it would be designated for the Office of Housing and Urban Improvement to build affordable housing on it.
Okay, because I was just checking, I know that we can also like intergovernmentally transfer properties from the city to the CRA, and I was just wondering if this, by dedicating it to OHUI, would say that that's the intent for the property and not have the ability to transfer it further without another conversation about it?
So this would be an intergovernmental transfer that would go from the CRA as the property owner to the City of Pompano Beach as the property owner.
Okay, and if they decided we want to go back, let's say we acquire the property to the south, and the CRA says, I want it, how easy is it to transfer these properties back and forth to create a development of some kind?
So it's a matter of bringing forward the item to the CRA board, because the CRA is the property owner, to approve conveyance of the property. And same thing if there was a city property to go to the CRA, it would go to the city commission to approve transfer of the property. The only exception where you're not seeing a formal acceptance of conveyance or approval is if there's property that is for right-of-way and it's designated specifically as right-of-way, that is an administrative process. It's typically handled through building permitting or site plan approvals where they identify property that needs to be dedicated as right-of-way.
Okay.
So that's the only exception to your question.
Okay, thank you.
Very good. Commissioner Perkins.
Now, just one last question. Is $428,000 for a home, is that considered affordable?
Yes, they're still using the 2025 limits because the 2026 limits for the home prices have come out, but they haven't done the area-specific adjustments. So right now, 451,000 is the cutoff, but that new 2026 adjusted number should be out fairly soon.
All right, thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion? Well, I'll go ahead and make the motion that we accept staff's recommendation, the one lot to OHUI and the other lot, put it out there and bring back a development agreement to the CRA. I'd make that motion.
Second.
Second, moved and seconded to follow staff's recommendation with one lot going to OHUI and the other lot going out to Paris and Associates development agreement to come back before this board once they've negotiated it. And if something doesn't work out, then I guess you guys will go to somebody else who was part of the pool that
if for some reason we were not able to successfully negotiate a development agreement, we would come back to the board and say, board, do you choose to accept this unsolicited proposal if that was our recommendation? Or we would come back to the board and say, board, we were unable to successfully negotiate. We would recommend that this lot also be conveyed to the city.
Very good, thank you. So it's been moved and seconded. Discussion on the motion? This is public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, let's call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik?
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins?
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson-Eaton?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Vice Chair Fournier?
Yes.
Chair Harden.
Yes, item 2 is a resolution.
A resolution of the Pompano Beach Community Redevelopment Agency approving and authorizing the proper officials to execute an agreement for professional services between the CRA and FPI Security Services, Inc. for unarmed roving security guard services.
That's
item 2.
That's item 3.
Oh, that's 3. I am so sorry. My apologies. A resolution of the Pompano Beach Community Redevelopment Agency approving and authorizing the proper officials to execute a strategic investment program grant agreement between the CRA and LFT RREVTR relating to the property located at 110 North Ocean Boulevard, providing an effective date and for other purposes.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded for discussion. Ms. Vasquez.
Yes, good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, Board members. Kimberly Vasquez, CRA Project Manager. The CRA received a Strategic Investment Program grant application from the property owner, LFT Irrevocable Trust, located at 110 through 130 North Ocean Boulevard. As you recall, we did approve a facade for this particular property approximately a year ago, which they have completed and done and have been reimbursed on that grant. Under this particular incentive, they're looking to do, this is interior conditions as they stand today. This is showing the rooftop, the interior bays, as well as the hallway. Under this particular grant, they're looking for renovation of the 3 vacant commercial spaces, which is 116 through 120 North Ocean Boulevard, to create an event center, office and retail space, and a common area elevator replacement and roof repair, and replacement and restrooms as well. The scope of the work includes interior, drywall, plumbing, paint, a fire sprinkler system, mechanical, electrical, plumbing, work, fixtures, doors, and structural, as well as an HVAC system to go with this. The eligible project cost comes to $1,040,000. The reimbursable grant would be to the maximum amount of $150,000. This is a floor plan of what they propose to do. You'll see it's approximately 3,500 square feet of the 3 bays to the front of the building that faces to the west. That's where they want to open up, take down walls, put in and install partition walls in this location. To the back, or the top of the slide that you see here, is the common area hallway, restrooms. They are doing 2 prep areas so that they can bring in for catering of events, as well as the office location and some dressing rooms. They also plan to do the foyer area where the elevator stands today. The exterior includes a roof repair, a replacement, and then they're also replacing the elevator. These are the 3 bays that are facing to the west. That's 116 through 120. As per the timeline of the contract that's before you, they have to obtain a permit within 6 months, be substantially under construction within 12 months, and be completed prior to the end of the term of the contract of 2 years. That concludes my presentation. The East Advisory Committee did review this application at their May 7th meeting and did recommend approval as submitted of this application. I'll take any questions at this time. I do want to recognize Amanda Ennis, who is here to represent the property owner.
Very good, thank you for that. Does the property owner wish to make any presentation of any sort, or just here for questions? Very good, thank you for that. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Please come forward. Just name and address for the record.
My name is Danielle Flancha, and I live at 820 Northeast 10th Avenue. I have a question about parking for the event venue. I think this is a great idea. I want to also mention that the facades of that same stretch look much better than they did previously. I'm excited for that area to be looking more fresh, more improved. I am curious about the parking in that area. However, as a mom in the area who enjoys frequenting the beach and going to that to the parks there, I know parking can be an issue. So I want to know if we're going to be having weddings there, if we have any concerns about parking.
I think they're going to be, through the event space, the capacity load will be as per the square footage, so I don't think there would be large type venue events there. They currently have 70 available parking spaces, which is actually on the roof of the building as it stands now. Plus, as you know, there's public parking as well if it were to run past that.
Very good. Thank you, Ms. Vasquez. Next speaker.
Mike Skaversky, 1630 Southwest Fifth Avenue. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is going to be 6-0 so fast. Why? Huge campaign donor. Oh my God, there's not even going to be a question asked. Gigantic campaign donor. The golf course. I even think your boyfriend Igor, does he sell shirts there? I know it's not having to do with that place, but still, this is going to be the quickest 6-0 of all time. And you'll all be getting money from them. Why don't we hand out money or help some of the other people, maybe in the Northwest areas where they can improve their properties? Have you ever thought of that? No. But a campaign donor, you guys are just gonna, boom, and we'll see the names popping up when I look at the financials in a few months.
Further input from the public? Seeing none, just for the record, we do have this same program out in the Northwest, correct?
That is correct.
Yes, and we have granted funds out in the Northwest. Thank you. Commission discussion. Commissioner Seegerson-Eaton.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to say that while already what a huge improvement in the facade and the look of the area, it has been, it's just so welcome. So I am pleased to see this moving forward with any kind of a use. So I'm going to fully support it. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Further commission discussion? Vice Mayor, or I'm sorry, excuse me, Commissioner Fessick.
Thank you. So I actually just had a couple questions because at our last meeting, when we approved the facade grant, which I agree, it looks fantastic. It's a big improvement and a lot of residents have noticed that. The way that we phrased it then was that it was per door, that they were allowed to apply for up to $200,000 per door, with, I think it was $20,000 per door to $200,000.
It's $20,000 per storefront, so basically per door, per bay, to a maximum amount of $200,000. This particular property, I believe, has 11 or 12 bays.
Didn't you?
10 bays.
It's 10 bays. Mm-hmm. Okay, and so if we're converting this to a 1 bay, sorry, 11. Okay, so if we're converting this to, so if we're converting 3 units to 1 bay, will the facade on the outside also change?
No, it will not. No, it will remain as is. They don't have plan. What I showed you on the floor plan was they're going to take out the primary walls between each bay, but they're planning to put up partition walls so they can either expand, or if they need to expand to a larger footprint, they can do that, or close it off for smaller type events.
Okay.
So it'll still remain as 3 storefronts. There's no plans to make it 1 storefront.
So can you go back to that slide, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
To the floor plan or to the bays?
Floor plan, I think, I'm not sure. So so by removing the walls, the plan is to create a event space, which, okay, but they'd still be 3 separate storefronts?
That is correct. As you can see through on the floor plans, you still see the 3 separate entrances.
Okay. Are those, yes, do you want to come up and talk about the project? Because then, thank you.
Just name and address for the record, please.
Yes, name and address.
Name and address.
Good afternoon. My name's Amanda Ennis. I actually live 20 Southeast 14th Street in Boca Raton, but I do work in Pompano, and I do represent the owner. I'm his assistant. So in answer to your question, yes, the 3 bays, we do have sheetrock, appropriate walls, everything's done accordingly. Within those bays, we will be putting up partitions in between where you see, for instance, if we have a party for 250 people or 200 people, we can open up the whole thing. If we have a couple different parties, we want a birthday, a celebration of life, a baby shower, a small intimate wedding ceremony, we can pull up those partitions, and then each guest host has their own access to that space, whereas otherwise they would not, right? So it is an open space currently. Once, you know, the partitions are put in, the partitions are put in.
Okay. And so I guess the only reason, and that's it's actually kind of a cool idea, so that you can have multiple things going on at the same time.
Yes.
And they share the same backside, essentially same restrooms and same prep rooms.
So yes, along the backside, so you see the hallway. On the right side, there's this long rectangular hallway that goes out to the French doors, that the elevator will be to the right of that. You'll see Sarah Martel's office is at the very south end of the building. Going down that long hallway, in the very back, in between the 3 rooms, you have the common area hallway where there will be common area accessible restrooms. You have 2 changing rooms, 2 prep areas with sink, and then on the very far, on the north side of the 120 bay is another hallway with offices, tiny offices. But that's for future.
Okay. And then we're not, they both reference some sort of roof work or some elevator work.
Yes, so the expansion cracks in the roof on the parking deck, they've all been refurbished, so to speak. The elevator, we have not started working on Bay 114 yet, which does include the elevator. That will be done expeditiously, so it's in the works.
Okay. And some people I know have asked the question publicly, has this building had its 40-year, or is it, like, even though I know we can park 70 cars on the top of this roof, has it been structurally checked to make sure that we still can?
Yes, that question was also asked on the May 7th meeting, and I did get confirmation that has been in motion. I will not say 100% it has been confirmed, but 99.9% it's in motion for sure. They've been talks about it. Everything has been done according to accords.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so so a couple other questions. So at the last meeting, again, I'm going back and forth between the two because it was the same property.
Yes.
So at the last meeting, Mr. Luppe said he wasn't the property owner, he was sort of just helping out. But this time he's signed as property owner. Has something changed in between then and now?
He is the trustee.
Okay. Okay.
Of an irrevocable.
And
The property is owned by LFT Irrevocable Trust, and he is one of those trustee members.
thank you. Okay. I'll also bring back something else I asked last time. There were some questions related to our policies when people who apply for grants have open violations or open code violations. Has that been addressed?
Yes.
Not for property, but in general.
The property, within our actual applications, the property must be in code compliance and have no liens. We have verified that this property does not.
Okay. And we still allow applicants to have open code violations, or no?
No, they should not.
Okay.
When you're saying, can you restate that question, please?
Well, I'm curious if, that was why I asked the first time, and I said, can we clean them up if there's any outstanding violations? But my concern is, do we have any open code violations on other properties at the moment under either LFT, under Mr. Gillespie, under, I guess, anybody associated with this?
That I couldn't respond to. My focus was on this property as the
That's
LFT.
fine. Is that part of our due diligence, or is it part of, would that be allowed or not allowed?
I'm focused on the property as it stands, not if, I don't know if any other businesses he has currently has code liens or not. That I'm unfamiliar with.
Commissioner, I think that should be addressed to Ms. McKenna. She can
Right,
probably
so,
address that.
no, and the question has nothing to do with him personally or anybody personally, more so our policy.
I would actually have to go back to the written policy that we have for these grants to see whether or not my sense is that that would have been something that you would have included in the policy, because obviously if somebody owes money to the city or the CRA, then giving them money is sort of a conflicting practice. So let me go back and look at it, and I will report to you.
And if so, look, I think everybody wants this to continue because it would look nice to have it be done have it be finished out. The question is, I just would like it to be part of our policy, Ms. McKenna, and to double check it, or maybe make it a part of our approval that if there are, that they're resolved before they're paid out.
It is currently in the application that the property, but it focuses on the property, not the applicant. So if that's something that we need to look at and review, then we'll recircle back on that.
Okay, yeah, because that was I think, when I look back, that's what I'd asked, I think, last time around, but we just I didn't expect to see this again.
Yeah.
I haven't seen it yet on our end. I think I have. So because we're reducing, even though we're not necessarily reducing the doors physically, was the intent to lease the 3 bays to one unit or
One tenant, correct.
Okay. Does that seem, and this is more, does that seem to be in scope or in line with our facade grant application, or no?
Well, the interior renovations definitely are, because the building does need them. As far as the business itself, I think they said they would employ up to 10 people, and we kind of focus on that as well as how much the employment base will be. I'm understanding as of today from Mr. Galuppi that it may be a catering company that caters events out of there and utilize it as an event center. So.
Okay. I'm less focused again on this particular item, but more so about how our grant program and our facade program, how either interior or exterior is applied, and making sure that we carry the same procedures and policies all the way through from start to finish, regardless of the situation.
We currently look at it, it's a vacant space, the property is in need of improvement.
Agreed.
The repairs are structural in nature, so even if this event pavilion or event center does not work out, or this particular tenant doesn't work out, the improvements stay with the property, not necessarily the tenant.
And has any work on the interior already begun on this ahead of this vote, or no?
Yes, so if I can.
Sure, yeah, thank you.
Yeah, those photos are actually all outdated. I did swing by before I came here just to verify and see what's going on in there. I work every day hand in hand with the general contractor, the electrician, the HVAC, the drywall, the fire alarm, fire sprinkler compression system. We have all the permits in. You can check all that stuff out. We are working actively and diligently to get this done like yesterday. We're already starting to see activity, and we've had focus on people wanting to get more information on the building. Sheetrock's up, some paint's up, we have flooring picked out. We're looking into firewalls and fire doors and, ceilings and light fixtures and all the things. So it's does not look like those pictures. It's actually 90, I want to say 75 to 80% empty, with the exception of sheetrock and debris.
I guess the last question I have for you is, what is the anticipated finish date?
We're hoping by the end of summer, if not that far out. We're really working hard, and the general contractor is a gem. He's been around a long time. He's a much older gentleman, and he's done a lot of amazing projects, very high-quality projects, and came very highly recommended, and he's a really great guy, so doing good things.
Thank you. I'd just like to ask Ms. McKenna if we could have a written determination provided to all of us so that we can make sure that we are all in line about the things related to the codes or violations or anything like that as part of our policy, not as part of this, just separately, not as part of this particular agenda item specifically, but just in relation.
You mean a sentence that says, yes, the policy requires, or no, the policy doesn't require?
Yes, that would be fine.
I'm
Thank you.
happy to do that.
Thank you. All right, thank you. That's all I have.
Very good. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I just have a couple of quick questions. With respect to the bays that are not included in this, what condition are they in?
So, great question. I'm so excited when I went there today. I saw them empty. So as you continue, so 114, the attorney and Sarah Martell are gonna be 10, 12, and 14. Those are still kind of going to be probably the last, which is the farthest south end of the building. Then you have 16, 18, and 20 is the space. Then it continues with 22 and 24. 22 is going to be office space. 124 is, has been in the hallway that you saw, had all the stuff in the hallway with the green, completely empty right now. So we're focusing on getting that common area hallway all tiled up, sheet rocks up, paint, and then presentable for future tenant use. 20, 22, 24. 26 was a hair salon. I believe it was 26 was a hair salon. They have recently vacated. I think 28 and 30 were the Kava bar that's no longer there. And those two, again, farthest south, farthest north, are still, we're kind of working in and out.
So my question is, should we anticipate more of these applications as more work is done in the building, or is this the full extent of what's going to be asked for?
I cannot speak on that. That would be a question for the next time, but I can find out that answer.
So this valuation, though, is based on the scope of work for these bays, includes the elevator, though?
Correct. That is correct.
But there is more, obviously, more to be done, it sounds like, in this building.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion. Commissioner Segerson-Eaton.
Yeah, just really quickly, Kim, this is a reimbursement after the work has been completed, correct?
That is correct. They will have to submit over their payment processes as well as paid receipts, et cetera, and show what work has been completed and done, and then the reimbursement will be based on how much they divide in deliverables to us.
Thank you.
Very good. Commissioner Fessick.
Again, related to our policies, is there a limit to how much a building can apply for these grants? Do we have a financial limit or a number in terms of trying to spread the wealth throughout, I guess, multiple projects?
We currently do not, specifically for this SIP. I think it gets kind of a little convoluted. If they come in for another interior grant, I would be hesitant to recommend approval on that due to the fact that they've received a facade as well as this interior improvement already. I would say after 2 years, if they want to come back in and apply for another grant, then that's where I would base my decision-making on, because they have to hold the property for a minimum of 2 years after approval of the grant before they can do anything else like sell or do anything like that.
Right. And so, okay, so this is just going to be a comment that I've heard reiterated, I guess, in the public. Well, everybody's very excited about what is happening there and how it looks much better. Some of the questions that I have heard have been, is this a program where we sort of reward people for not maintaining their properties and then come back and have it subsidized? So that's a question that I want us to be mindful of as we move forward in terms of, again, not this specific project, but in all of them. Is it time for us to take a look at some of what we're doing and how we're doing it to make sure that we're not encouraging slum and blight, let's say? Right? Sorry, did you have something you wanted to say before?
Yeah, that's okay. Just to piggyback on what you said, as far, and also to Ms. Vice Mayor, regarding future prospective tenants, I'm also a licensed realtor, so I understand a little bit, right? Anyone who is a prospective tenant that finds interest in renting out the space, we would be renting either, negotiating within the contract, is this as is? Are you going to be putting your own improvements in it? If so, okay. And then if you want us to, I don't think, again, I'll have to double check based on your question, but I don't think this is something that we would be asking for more money on. It's more as tenants interested, what are the negotiations, and how can we come together to make this happen?
And could the tenants potentially come to us for that as a business?
They could. We do have what we call the minor interior improvement program, but that one's limited to one per property. Okay. So there would only be one tenant allowed to come in for that.
Keep that tucked away. Okay, thank you. Like I said, these are great programs, so I want to make sure that I'm asking these questions, again, not centered around this, but so that we can make sure that not just So that really that everybody understands what they are and what their capabilities are, not just for this property, but for others as well. Thank you.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Very good. Ms. McKenna?
Yes, I just want to follow up on Commissioner Fessick's request, because I think probably a way to save some time is if it is the board's pleasure to amend the program, if that provision is not in there, I can prepare that amendment and bring it to the next meeting. So perhaps after you vote on this item, you can vote on giving me direction as to whether or not you want to see the plan amended. Let's just assume it's not in there and that it's something that you want. If it's in there, obviously I don't need to do it, but if it's not in there, rather than wait till the next meeting for all of you to say, yeah, we'd really like to make that amendment, if you do it today, then I can timely bring it back to you.
Very good. Further commission discussion?
Is there any way that we should maybe,
Commissioner Fessick?
thank you, is there any way that we should maybe just ask for that determination so we're clear on what's allowed versus not before, and rather than do one then the other? Is there any reason maybe we should just push this to the next meeting?
Oh, I wouldn't do that. What I would do, though, is just ask the applicant to confirm, make your grant conditional on confirming that the applicant does not presently owe any monies to the city or the CRA.
Okay. That would be okay with me, if, just in terms of discussing amongst ourselves at the board.
Well, I think Ms. Vasquez has already affirmed that, hasn't she?
She's just done for
Just for this property. What I think Commissioner Fessick was talking about is that more broadly, if we're going to give money to an applicant, we want to be sure that that applicant doesn't owe us money. I think that's what she was saying, that should be the policy.
Well, right, that's exactly the concept.
But is that the policy?
No.
I just skimmed through a version of the SIP program, but I'm not confident that on my computer I have the most recent version, so I want to look at it. But I think it's a policy question about whether or not it's a practice that you all are okay with to say we'll give a grant if the property doesn't owe anything, or do we want to give a grant if the applicant owes money to either the city or the CRA?
Okay, sure. So we're going to ask the applicant if they owe any money? Is that it?
I think what you're going to do, if it's your pleasure, is the maker of the motion will say, we approve this grant subject to confirmation that the applicant does not owe monies to the city or to the CRA.
Okay.
I'd make that motion verbatim.
Okay. It's been a motion made by Commissioner Fessick. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded to add that language to the approval, if it is forthcoming. Very good. Further commission discussion? Seeing none, let's call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik?
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins?
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson Eaton?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier?
Yes.
Mayor Harton?
Yes, item 3 is a resolution.
Thank you.
A resolution of the Pompano Beach Community Redevelopment Agency approving and authorizing the proper officials to execute an agreement for professional services between the CRA and FPI Security Services, Inc. for unarmed roving security guard services to the Northwest CRA District, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded for discussion. Ms. Vasquez, once again.
Yes, good afternoon. Once again, Kimberly Vasquez, CRA Project Manager. The item before you, well, let me start. A request for proposal was issued in February for unarmed security services for the Northwest and the East Districts. The purpose of the services is to assist us in the reduction of crime by decreasing opportunities for criminal activity by having a visible presence in the community. Through this RFP process, we received 20 responses, and they were evaluated by a selection committee based on experience, the service plan and approach, the pricing proposal, and local business program. FPI was ranked as a top firm to provide those services as per the RFP. due to their familiarity of urban area security services, their approach of the type of services specific to each district, and pricing consideration. The item before you right now is for consideration of an agreement between CRA and FPI Security Services, Inc. for roving security guard services for the Northwest District. Under the agreement, some of the services they are to provide includes they'll have to do foot and mobile patrols, be familiar with the area. They're to act as ambassadors by interacting with businesses, residents, and visitors, and provide escort services to vehicles or businesses if requested. Dissemination of information provided by the CRA. Monitor and observe designated areas. Report suspicious activities, trespassing, monitor and report dumping activities, notify staff of areas of concern, and provide wellness checks on individuals. They have to possess a communication device. In this case, it's a cellular device, and then with that, they can contact staff, BSO, fire, or emergency services if needed. We've asked them to provide a visible presence, creating a sense of safety, enhanced deterrence, and to provide us with the monthly reports that you currently see in your backup. The initial term of this contract is for 3 years with renewal term option for 2 additional 1-year periods. And there's also a provision within the agreement that allows for a 30-day advance notice to the provider of termination. The hours of service for the Northwest is 7 days a week, inclusive of holidays. Regular shift is from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. with 2 guards. And then they have 1 guard overnight from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. The initial cost for the services in year 1 of the agreement is $353,808. At this time, staff's requesting approval of the agreement between the CRA and FPI Security Services to provide those services to the Northwest District. That concludes my comments at this time. I'll take any questions.
Very good, thank you for that. Just a real quick question before we go to the public. Was this reviewed by the Northwest CRA Advisory Committee?
No, it was not. We don't normally take agreements to the Northwest Advisory Committee.
Okay, thank you. All right, this is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public? Bless you, Vice. Please come forward. Just name and address for the record.
W.R. Carney, 101 Northwest 30th Avenue. I'm just curious why you would put 2 people during the daytime and only 1 person at night, when all of the crimes that I experienced living in that area and police cars coming to that area is at nighttime.
The 2 guards are mobile during the day. They go back and forth between Old Town area and the MLK corridor. At night, they're really stationary in one area, which is Old Town. So that's why they have 1 guard at night.
Okay, still doesn't make sense, but okay.
Very good, thank you. Further input from the public?
Vincente Thoreau, 1890 Northwest 6th Ave. Mayor, I was going to be a little light on this, but after hearing what they say their responsibilities are, I'm about to go off. Have you seen these people do any of those things in our neighborhood? Foot patrol, walk around, doing that stuff? Mayor, when was the last time you saw that in the old downtown? When was the last time you saw it in my neighborhood? I don't never see that shit. Mayor, I don't see that at all. Now, back in the days when we first started this program, there was a big guy, about my size, a little bigger than me, and I know, yeah, you laughing because you done seen him. He used to go up and down, walking all the time. And I give that credit, but Mayor, they're in that car all the time on that AC. And since we have so many people that come here and complain about trash being dumped places, do staff have a record of when was the last time they reported illegal dumping? Because every time I turn around, we calling Mario and telling the city manager that somebody dumping. We self-reporting. So how do we do this? Mayor, to be honest with you, I don't want to renew this contract. I want to do something different. I think we should take this money and focus on improvements and creating grants for those existing businesses on MLK. And the senior center has the Botanical Garden we trying to do. Why can't we not focus this money on those corridors and prepare that corridor and the senior center for the future of all this downtown development? Why can't it be used as a grant program? When was the last time you've been in the Bojos? Mayor,
been a
any
while.
commissioners, Commissioner Eaton? When was the last time y'all been to Bojos? Okay, do you see that it hasn't had a renovation since its conception? It hasn't had not one renovation. When was the last time we offered a building that you all own an opportunity to say we got some money to use it as a grant program to help bring your building up? But we're gonna build $1 million facilities around, but we're not gonna invest in that. Mayor, it was good when we started it, but we got BSO out here doing these type of jobs right now. We got community people out here. We got all this, we got code enforcement. Can we not do this today? And I'm gonna be honest, Mayor, the real part that offended me was that staff brought this to you all without taking it to the Northwest Advisory Board and getting any community input. That was unfair. They did the previous item like that. I didn't get up and say nothing about it, but Mayor, come on, we got a process. The community should have a voice in what comes up, even though staff says you all are the final decision makers. We respect that. But Mayor, why can we not use this as a grant opportunity to help these buildings that are still there? We knocked down a funeral home. We only got a handful of buildings left, Mayor. Why can't we not give some of this money for improvements or to our garden to offset some of the cost over at the senior center for the further build out of our botanical garden? Now, you all are gonna come up in a couple of months and present a botanical garden for the East. If this could help us with ours, why can't we not use some of this money for that? Can you answer me, Mayor? I'm just asking.
No, I can't answer.
You can't answer me?
I'm
Am I wrong? But do you feel me? Is you feeling me?
I hear you.
Do you feel me, though?
Luckily, no, because you're over there.
So my request today is, Mayor, the program was awesome as it started. Can we not do something different with this money? I'm asking you all today, let's do something different. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Tundra King. Often I don't always agree with Vicente, but on this, I absolutely agree with him. If you come to the EPAT Larkins, I go there once a week or so for dance. You see homeless, unhoused, out front begging you for money every time I go there. Before you go into the facility, there are people that are sleeping out there on the bench just west of the EPAT Larkins. In the rear parking lot of EPAT Larkins, they're unhoused. And this is just so frustrating to me that we spent all this money. We're getting ready to build a $2 billion project. And the same problems occur. And we come up here time after time again for the same issues, like who's going to help these people? We can't continue to build on top of them. I think there's a meeting tomorrow about the Atlantic Corridor. So I agree, we have to definitely revisit, if we're gonna keep this program, we have to definitely revisit the requirements of it, the follow-through of it, because I just don't see the follow-through. And he's right, I used to see the guy walking all the time. I just don't see it. The unhoused are at the bus transit, they're at the car wash, they're constantly, begging you for money at the racetrack. We can't even go into EPAT Larkins, and some of those ladies are older, and I stay and watch with them until they go to their cars, because sometimes there's 4 or 5 people sleeping on the bench, and the people that work to EPAT Larkins, they try and do a good job. I don't think it's their job to go and ask the people to move. I don't think that's safe, and I don't think it's part of their job, but these are the things that I see in the neighborhood every day driving through. The unhoused are basically running us out, and they need help. They need a place to go. And if they don't want the help, I know some people say that, then we need to come up with a plan, because what we have right now is not it. This program is not keeping up to what they promised us to, and I just don't see it. So I agree, if we're gonna give them more money, if we're gonna give them any money, we have to put some hard, fast rules in place, and somebody has to keep up with it to make sure that the requirements are being met, and we don't see what we see out there every day. Just drive through. So I'm going there tonight, and if you want me to, I'll take pictures, but I promise you, it'll be the same as usual. People just be kind of hanging out. They have nowhere to go. They don't work. I don't know what the situation is, but It touches my heart every time I see the people out there asking for money or sleeping out there. A lady was even out there with a child last week. So we have to do something different with this particular project. Thank you.
Thank you. Further input from the public? Please come forward.
Ann Bosworth, 4015 West Palmera Drive. I just want to chime in with some agreement there with Ms. King and with Vicente, because we've had this as well, where I've had to call my commissioner and say, you know, hey, something's going on, and by the way, did you know there's some homeless folks there? And it's not against her, but the answer is, well, when you see that, call the police. But if you're paying a security service to do these things, then why am I calling the police, right? So in Palmera, we don't have that, but if you have that here, it's supposed to do that. Now, in my own development where we've hired a security service, right, we had to go back with them because they get comfortable, you know, and somebody knows that they're supposed to go and scan a thing, but nobody's really paying attention, or, you know, they're kind of napping in their car, and then they go and scan a thing, but they're not really paying attention. So what we had to do was go back to them and say, look, if you want this contract, then you need to change your ways, or we're going out to look for other ones. And in fact, we did go out to look for other ones. And what we did doesn't matter here, but the idea is that you have to hold accountable by action the people that you're paying. So otherwise, you're taking my money, his money, their money, and throwing it out the window for somebody who's sitting around and not really doing what they're doing. I mean, there's multiple things to be addressed here. Homelessness is everywhere in this city, and I'm not in charge of it, right? I'm gonna call if I think somebody needs help, if there's a situation, but it is not my job to do the security guy's job of moving people around. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Further input from the public? Seeing none, public input closed. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. So I feel all of you on this topic. I have been to some of the advisory board meetings in the past where the topic of security, and in particular this company, came up. And it was actually one of the East CRA meetings. And that committee expressed frustration in the past about the service that was provided, asked for more detailed reporting, which we now get. But I'm looking at a report last month that's 4 pages long, not a lot of detail. Every month I go through this, and we all drive around and we see these cars just kind of sitting around a lot of times in both the East and the Northwest CRA. And it always makes me think, is this the most efficient way to be tackling this issue? So we have 3 homeless outreach deputies that we pay through BSO. I'd actually like to know how many hours of homeless outreach we're getting from BSO, since we're supposed to have 3 deputies. I know at one point there were only 2 on the roads. I don't know how many we're actually getting. I don't expect you to have the answer to that, Ms. Vasquez, but I would like to know, for what we're paying for BSO, how much time we're actually getting from homeless outreach deputies. I'd like to know from Cassandra Rett what her idea would be to, if there was some way to bring some of this in-house to have more help for her or more support for her. Maybe it would look different. Maybe we would have a program where people are more invested and they would report dumping or other things because they're actually more invested in caring about the city than this outsourced company where, I think they get out of their cars and they do their reports and they're present. But I do feel like there's a disconnect between them and the real service that we need and the real issues that we have in the community. And for this amount of money, for $350,000, I'd like us to kind of rethink the best way to spend this in the community to get the outcome that we're looking for. So I'm not saying that we don't need security. I actually think we need more of an on-foot community ambassadors in different neighborhoods, not just Old Town. I mean, sometimes I've talked to New and I talked about this at one point, like a clean and safe program that other cities have done with their CRAs that help clean up areas also and provide safety. So I just think there's some other options out there, and I think it's time for $350,000 for us to look at what we're getting for BSO, what it would cost to have more BSO, more of the services Cassandra provides, and maybe a different type of program to address some of the other needs that we have in the neighborhoods, like cleaning up and addressing dumping also. So for me, I would want to kind of postpone this and rethink this money, since we do have very limited money. This is $350,000, and that's a lot of money a year. And I'd like to make sure that we just don't go sign this contract for the next 3 years. We really think about, sit down, what do we need, what are our needs, and how do we best get that? Thank you.
Very good. Mr. Tran, would you like to?
Yes, new and Transit Area Director, and we have had sit-downs on that, and we have had discussions about CRAs coming up with these clean and safe programs. In reality, what the services that FPI or any of those security innovative policing contracts bring us is that safe part of that clean and safe program. So, you know, the whole reason for them is they're there, they're visible, they're a deterrent to illegal dumping. They're there to do checks for us. When we see somebody, there's some issues there, we call them. They're our first response before BSO. They do coordinate with BSO and the homeless outreach teams. We have our monthly meetings at the CRA office with sometimes code enforcement, Cassandra Rett, definitely, because she's in our office now. So in order for us to clean up this area, to make it safe, perception-wise for investment, that is our goal, is the private sector investment. You're gonna need code enforcement, you're gonna need local law enforcement, you're gonna need this type of innovative policing to handle all that problem. And now with the tools that we have in the CRA office, with Cassandra Rett and her team, we will tackle a lot of these issues. How much it costs for a BSO deputy? It's a lot. It's probably, what, 85 to 100 something an hour for an off-duty. So it does require BSO to help with this, but this is our eyes and ears on the street. What I'd also like to say is the ECRA did think, well, this is a waste of time and money, let's cancel the contract. What you don't realize is how much that they actually do until they're gone. And the homeless and the out, you know, it just takes over. So the East actually wanted us to bring back the contract. That's why you have it in the East.
Okay.
Sorry, so I guess I kept hearing you say innovative policing there, and I would completely take exception to that with this security service. If innovative is sitting in your car in the air conditioning, then that's not my definition of that. And I do know that they partner, and we've seen the reports, they get out and do work occasionally, but this, to me, for the cost, there's so much more that need and so much more that maybe we could be doing. And I didn't say we should hire another BSO deputy. I asked if I know we pay for 3 full-time homeless outreach deputies now. Nguyen, do you know how many hours we're getting a week from BSO?
I don't know offhand.
I want to know that.
Yeah.
That's what I asked,
We
not
can
how
bring
much
that-
they cost.
We can bring that back to you.
Thank you.
Yes.
I want to know what we're getting for what we're paying for, right? And what the return is. Instead of just continuing down this path with limited money, what are we actually getting from what we're paying BSO for? Would we be better served if we got Cassandra Rett additional help? What is the best way to go about this? And maybe it is some of this innovative policing, which doesn't seem that innovative to me, but I would like us to actually be innovative about this so we can address the real needs, which, yes, is the homelessness, the dumping, and safety. And just making the community. So I know you're always focused on businesses, because that's what you do, but I'm focused on the neighborhoods and the residents. And there are other areas in the CRA that are just completely left behind. Like, let's talk about Avondale. Does FPI go over to Avondale ever? Or is that just, I know they don't. I know the answer to the question. They don't go over there. So there are other areas in the CRA that we're spending all this money on MLK Corridor and Old Town. And I think Mike left, but his point was valid. We spend a lot of Northwest CRA dollars on Old Town, the one area east of Dixie Highway, and we've given out a lot of grant money there. We pay rents for people over there. And yes, we have an obligation to make sure it's safe, but we also have an obligation to spread this money out throughout the CRA and not just focus it on that one area for businesses. Maybe the businesses need to come together and hire private security or contribute if it's an issue there. But for our limited dollars, I think it's time to number one, look at what we're getting, the return. Are we getting what we're paying for BSO? What would Cassandra say about how she could spend an additional $50,000 or $100,000? And is this really, like, what is the real return for this $350,000 contract? And is there other things we could be doing in different communities? Thank you.
Good. Commissioner Smith.
Could you review for us where FPI patrols? Because I think we've gone past the patrolling and protecting the investment of our CRA development to encompassing a lot more with our city, and we probably need to be talking more with the city, but this contract is, from my feeling, from my understanding, is it's specifically for the CRA properties. So if you can just tell us again where they roam and walk and drive. I don't think it encompasses everything that everybody's mentioning.
CRA is 3,084 acres.
Vice Mayor, thank you.
Yes, the current location is I-95 east over to Old Town on 2nd Street, Atlantic Boulevard, MLK Boulevard, and around like the City Vista, EPAT Larkins, the Ally, as well as the church, and coming back up to 3rd.
Sorry, can you pull that up on the screen so that everybody can see? Because it's on page 53.
If you have a map, that would be helpful.
Yeah. Got it.
Page 53 if you need it.
There's the map. You'll see the locations. Atlantic is to the south, MLK is to the north, 2nd Street on the eastern part, and then over to I-95 on the western portion, and then looping in the two block area around City Vista and Ally.
Okay, Commissioner Smith, you start.
The FPI, I wanted to say FBI, FPI works closely with BSO with the patrols in those areas also?
That is correct. They do. Like Nguyen said, we do meet monthly with the homeless coordinator as well as BSO core team and the homeless outreach team. They do have, the current guards currently have all the contact information, and we also provide them with materials so that if they do meet somebody on the street who they are accepting of help, they can refer them over to Cassandra Rett for assistance. So those are the things, the tools that we are providing to them. That is the current area that they patrol. Now, as per the contract, we can amend the patrol area, but when you've only got a certain amount of guards, it won't be feasible to do that. That's why we keep them in this commercial corridor area.
Looking at the reports that we got in our packet today, we do have a lot of issues with homelessness probably all over the city, and I would expect when we take a look at the response that you get about what are we doing, how many patrols and the reports of all that, we will probably be surprised at how much there is. But I think we need to focus on keeping our properties that we've invested in safe. I know how uncomfortable I get when I go somewhere and I see homelessness and I'm there as a visitor. I feel uncomfortable and I don't feel safe. So I think it's important for us to stay on top of that and be proactive with it. But I also think there's a lot of good points that were brought out by the commission and from the audience that we have a bigger picture and we need to incorporate all of it together. But this contract needs to stay to protect the investments that we have, is my opinion. So I'm going to vote for keeping both the security contracts for our properties, the CRA properties, but I think we do have a bigger picture than we need to talk about. Let's open that discussion, probably not appropriate tonight, but another day.
Very
Thank
good.
you.
Further got Commissioner Fessick.
Thank you. So, okay. So we're talking about community policing with the CRA. Is it possible for us to potentially reallocate some of this money into perhaps Cassandra Rett's program, like Vice Mayor had suggested? Because a lot of times we've heard that certain things can be done versus certain things can't as part of the plan. If we're looking at this and trying to really look at this, can we take the same dollar amount and use it towards community policing or innovative policing, however you want to call it, that actually is functional?
I'll defer to legal counsel.
Yeah, the statute is pretty clear about what community policing innovations are. I'm happy to read it to you. It means a policing technique or strategy designed to reduce crime by reducing opportunities for and increasing the perceived risks of engaging in criminal activity through visible presence of police in the community, including but not limited to community mobilization, neighborhood block watch, citizen patrol, citizen contact patrol, foot patrol, neighborhood storefront police stations, field interrogation, or intensified motorized patrol. There's an Attorney General opinion that says that what we can't do is use CRA dollars for any type of social services. And to the extent that addressing homelessness would be perceived as a social service, it wouldn't be eligible for our redevelopment funds. So what we need to do is find a creative way under the community policing innovation definition to identify how your foot patrols or your motorized patrols could augment whatever they're doing in terms of identifying areas where there's a risk of crime, because that's what the policing is about, reducing the risk and the perception of crime.
Okay. Mr. Tran mentioned that the whole reason to pay these folks for this is to create a deterrent. And so what I'd like to know is, what is their process as per our instructions to them, or as we set out? They are supposed to do that. So for instance, they're driving around town, or they happen to park or drive through, and they see what, and then they do what?
Well, I can give you a real life for instance that I had just last week. When I left out of the City Vista building, there was a gentleman lying on the sidewalk. I didn't know if he was in need of medical assistance or not. So I in turn called FPI to go over to do a wellness check. If they do a wellness check and if that person's in need of medical services, then they will call fire, emergency services. If it's a person who becomes belligerent with them, or if they're trespassing at a location, they call BSO. They can only provide certain powers as to what they can do, and then it goes over to the BSO as far as they can't arrest someone. That's not part of their process. But it's what I've also seen them do is come in the mornings and go to the doorway areas and if they find them sleeping in the doorway areas, they are getting them up and moving them along. So if they're not doing anything illegal, they can't really, they're like the police department, their hands are tied, they can't do anything. But that's what I can give you as a for instance. But if they do run into somebody, we've had them over at Harbor Village plugging in their phones. So they make them unplug their phones and move along in a storefront. So they have the interactions with the businesses. The businesses know who they are, and they know they can call them if they have continuing issues with particularly one certain person or whatever. So
what I'm hearing basically, especially in everything I've learned from BSO through the years, is if you feel like somebody is in need of help, potentially, or down on the ground, and they need a wellness check, I feel like we're right answer would be just to call BSO immediately and get a wellness check for an individual who's laying on the ground and splayed out, because potentially minutes could count there. So I'm curious about this. Was this employed, so was this initially put in place, when was the contract first initially put in place? Like how many years ago?
The first time this came out was in 2014.
2014.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and so this contract has been renewed as a 3-year schedule, or is it 5?
No, we go out every 3 to 5 years and issue a new request for proposal for services.
Okay. Have we, since 2014, reevaluated what we actually need for these areas based on has our request changed very much in the past 12 years?
I think we're kind of dealing somewhat with the same type of issues. It's the homelessness, the dumping, the vagrancy that we have. What I can tell you is at Annie Adderley Gillis Park, we've managed to disperse them from there. What we see as staff and where we're located in the Northwest District is we see a lot of people dumping. When they have also followed up with BSO on that because they want to find out where they're coming from. So as far as the services go, I think we've changed the boundary of where we have them located. We do have monthly meetings with them. We do have them changing up some of the services as far as what has been provided in the past. But it's basically...
On that map, just so I'm clear, on that map that you have, where exactly is the park, Annie Adderley? Is it on there? It's where, just want to make sure I see exactly where it is.
If you go to the line on the top, that's the City Vista building, and Annie Adderley's right across the street from there.
Okay, so outside of their scope.
They drive down there.
Okay. Just interesting you were able to get that done, but we can't clean up McNabb Park. Okay, outside of that.
And just for reference too, if we find a location where we're having constant issues, we do request they change their routes and go by those locations. We have homeless encampments that have set up a little further north, and we've asked them to run them off or notify us of those issues.
Okay. I'll kind of reiterate so that I understand. I'll reiterate what everybody has said here. If you want to ask some of the local businesses, even in Old Town, they're not very happy with the services that have been provided so far. I can tell you on both the Northwest and the East Side, I've seen far more sitting in cars, hanging out on the cell phones, than I've seen actual policing. I will say that they're very kind when they do interact with residents, so I'll give them that. And they're very kind when they interact with whomever they're interacting with. But ultimately, the goal is to call BSO, and if I feel like we're spending $353,000 on just the Northwest for a very small section of land that is essentially predominantly empty space at the moment, because we've allocated the majority of that for the new downtown. So if you look at this map, there's a lot of empty, even this one, and I know it's somewhat probably outdated, there's a lot more buildings that are down there. So we're basically just paying $353,000 for maybe them to go in a small circle, maybe 1-2 buildings outside of the Old Town area. I think it's time for us to revisit this, and I think it's time for us to look at other options, personally. I agree that we might need to increase some sort of security or something, but I think that can be handled by individual groups of businesses as a collective, or if we want to focus on Old Town because it's our project, then we focus on something that's specifically to that area and much cheaper. But it's going to have to be something that's more effective, because what we've been doing is not working. So 8 a.m. to 11 p.m. is not when people are sleeping. 8 a.m. is not when, aside from 8 in the morning when they're kicking them out, that's not where the problem is. The problem is going to be the rest of the time. And I think it's time we look at a better solution. Thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion? Commissioner Segerson-Eaton.
Thank you. And the next item on the agenda is the same service for the ECRA. We went through this a number of years ago where we decided that or the commission, before I was, it was about 8 years ago or so, not to have the ambassadors or the security guards. And the outpouring, the outrage was, they were down here at the podium. And we quickly reversed that decision and brought them back as ambassadors to move the homeless on from the doorways, etc. And is that to say that after we've already once sort of made the mistake of not having an agreement for security system, security service in the east, are we going to keep the east side and not give the same to the northwest community? Are we going to say that we're going to favor the east side? And though some could argue that security may be lacking and they occasionally see a person sitting in a car, however, if you're not watching them 24 hours a day, you don't know if that's the only thing they're doing all the time. So it's an unsubstantiated accusation to occasionally see, and oh, by the way, Annie Gillis Park is just to the west of City Vista, across the street to the west. City Vista is that big U-shaped parcel on the map. I'm just thinking it may not be perfect, but is that to say that we're going to favor the east side and not give the same opportunity to the west? Thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion?
Mayor,
Vice.
Yeah.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen.
I certainly,
I've got the Vice Mayor, then I'll come back to Commissioner Perkins, then Commissioner Fasick. Vice Mayor?
I feel the same way about the job that is done in the east and the northwest. While I think the northwest and the east have different needs, I think the job that is being done is about the same. And what I just heard everyone say are things like moving them along, running them off. Those aren't solutions. Moving people along to the next doorway or the next building and running them off because you show up is not helping us. I mean, we have the same problem every day then. It may be a different doorway, it may be a different part of the park, but we have the same problem. And I know that we're not going to solve this issue, but I do believe that this is not helping solve it, it's just helping move it around. And it's a lot of money to help to move something around. And I'm not arguing that we should do nothing. I just think that it might be time for us to sit down and with this bucket of money, think about a way to really create a program that could add benefit, not just to these couple, these few businesses in these targeted areas, but some of the communities also, the neighboring communities. And the Northwest CRA, it's always been my struggle that this is, and I didn't mean to interrupt you, I'm sorry, but the Northwest CRA is 3,084 acres of land. It's one of the biggest CRAs that exists, certainly here, and we spend all of our time and money on, or most of it, in this targeted area, much of which is east of Dixie Highway. So I get frustrated because there's needs all over the community and all over the Northwest CRA, and we target it to these areas. And I understand we need to protect the businesses because there's more business here, but there's other businesses in the Northwest CRA, and there's other assets and community assets out there. So I know I've talked to Nguyen about this Clean and Safe program in Avondale. Avondale is part of the CRA. I'm not getting the city and the CRA confused. Avondale is in the CRA, and it's just adjacent to here. And I think there are opportunities to have people on foot who are maybe cleaning up as they're walking, as they're engaging with people, and creating a presence that actually does some good while they're patrolling versus sitting in cars. And maybe there are some ways to find, under the statute to find ways to offer services, even if I think it's that you can't pay for services, and I think that's fine because we're not. But to have more ability to get these people help or get them where they need to go instead of just moving them along for the next day. I just think it's an inefficient way to do this. And while it creates a visible presence, it's not helping solve the issues that we have with homelessness and vagrancy and with cleanliness in these areas. So I just would like us to see with this bucket of money, a creative way to come up both in the East and the Northwest CRA for really tailored programs for these areas to be more effective with the money. Thank you.
Very good. Commissioner Perkins.
Thank you, Mayor. I wouldn't go as far as to say I would not pass this for the East, but we do have a divided city, and everybody's district is different based on their needs, especially crime. And you all have heard me say that up here several times about the crime in the Northwest. I've really never supported this security company. I've never seen the effectiveness in the Northwest. Now, I know when we're out there campaigning at the EPAT Larkin Center for 14 days, they ride through at least 15 times a day, and they make me tired. It's just two of them in a car, and it's just back and forward, back. And I'm just wondering, what are they doing? I mean, at least you can get out the car and perhaps walk a little bit or whatever. But we go through that for 14 days, and they ride past us. I don't know where they're going or what they're doing. Now, before CRA moved into the City Vista building, we've always had problems there at that City Vista building with homelessness. I remember once going on top of the roof of the City Vista, taking a picture of the sofa on the roof where they were sleeping, the homelessness. So because CRA is in the front, I guess this security is helping serve your needs in the front. Behind City Vista, it's terrible with homelessness. Now, we have pushed for City Vista to improve their security service, so we worked on that part of it. I don't see where this company is making an impact, the Northwest, because they're only told to walk in certain areas or drive in certain areas. So, and it's to protect the CRA properties. For me, I just think that we can do more with this money. I would like to see more improvements done with this money since we can't use it on the homelessness. Perhaps we could use it, like Mr. Vicente said, senior garden, or perhaps improving some of the businesses on MLK. But I've been watching this company a long time, and it's just, I don't see the effectiveness. So I know the connections that this company have with the city. I see the connections in the scoring. I see a lot of stuff going on here. So I really don't want to revisit this because we've talked about this, I guess, for me, years and years and years. And this company is doing the same thing. And I think if this was very important, that really BSO felt this company was needed, they would have been here at this meeting to speak on their behalf. I think Sandra Rett would have been here to speak on their behalf. So I just like for us to, I really don't want to table it. I really like to just vote. I like to see the $300 and some thousand spent to improve other things in the Northwest. Yes, we are concerned about safety. We are. But I have not seen anything in the last 10, 12 years what this company is doing. And every time you come for renewal, you never bring us a sheet or anything to say, this is what we've accomplished, this is what we've done. I mean, a breakdown of every single thing. You've given us a few examples, which is good, but it's all the time. You know, if you want us to renew your contract every 2 or 3 years, bring us something in between to say this is what we've done, this is what we're doing, and here's an example of how we made a difference. Nothing. They are well connected with the city. Certain people in the city, the company is. And if you look at the scoring sheet, you can see another connection. I see it. So I would just like to put this money in better use for improving some areas in the Northwest. Thank you.
Very good. Commissioner Fessick.
I'll be very brief on this. I don't think we need to have this in the ECRA either. I feel like it's the same on both. And it's not about safety, because I get phone calls almost all the time, and I'm dealing hands-on with basically doing their job and not getting paid for it, because I actually just call BSO instead of calling them. When shop owners call me or text me, hey, there's somebody here again. It's not as often, to be fair, that we have a lot of issues in the ECRA now. There's a lot of storefronts that are activated, and from 8 a.m. to 11 p.m., I mean, and regarding seeing them sitting in their car and talking on the phone, I can tell you that I have seen on more than one occasion a parked car at a parked FPI marked car at St. Martin's for well over 45 minutes while the person actually got out of the car but was talking on their cell phone and walking around the car, leaning on their car, and it wasn't until another car came by about an hour or so later that they talked for a little while longer together and then went off on their own way. So my concerns are based in my own eyeballs. My concerns are based into the fact that I go say hi to Billy and tell him that I don't want to see him at community court again, the corner of Harbor Drive. So this is money that is, in my opinion, not being spent to actually provide security services. It is, I mean, it's kind of like when you tell somebody, hey, we're going to give you something luxury, and then people's definition of luxury are two different things. What you think is luxury versus what somebody else thinks is luxury are two different things. The services are not matching our expectations here, and I think they have not for quite some time. And that goes for both districts. Thank you.
Very good. Commissioner Sigerson-Eaton.
Thank you, Mayor. I think we're making a big mistake. It's obvious which way this is going to go. It's going to fail. And I also think that we do not then, I think, what I would say is I will be very suspect if in 3 months another firm comes through and all the people start calling and we go out again on the street and then have another firm offer their services, because there's no doubt that this is going to make our community, both CRAs, especially the Northwest CRAs, less safe, and the Old Town less safe for visitors. It has an impact on the senior residents, the Heritage, who are basically wide open to homeless, and this firm helps a lot. We have fledgling businesses and restaurants in the area, and people have told me I'm a little bit leery about going downtown, Old Town. I feel like it's a little unsafe. So,
yeah,
I really don't think we are making the correct decision. And if this doesn't pass, it tells me that, 3 commissioners here do not feel public safety is important. Excuse me.
Do not put words in our mouths. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll see what
Commissioner
happens.
Fessick,
Okay.
let Commissioner
We'll see,
Sigerson-Eaton
we'll
speak.
see what happens.
Go ahead.
And therefore, I will not support anything coming forward for this within the next, let's say, until November. Okay? Thank you.
Okay, good. So, any final words, please? We beat this thing to death. Okay, Vice Mayor.
I just want to say that,
Yeah, just
very briefly, I definitely support public safety and have been talking for a long time about this and listening to the advisory boards and everyone about this company. So I think it's time for us to actually think out of the box and get innovative and do something more effective with this money for public safety.
Very good, thank you.
Mayor.
Okay, I've got Commissioner Fessick had her hand before Commissioner.
I just said I agree completely.
Okay.
We don't ever say something that we don't, if we vote a certain way, we don't think that public safety is important, because that's ridiculous. I think we both have said, and I don't want to put words in our Vice Mayor's mouth, is that, or in Commissioner Perkins, is that this particular company isn't performing to our expectations, and we would not be, and we think we need to reevaluate. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Commissioner Perkins.
One other thing.
Yes, I was just I know that it's not working in the Northwest, but I was thinking that it was working in the East. Now, from hearing from that particular commissioner, she knows exactly what's going on in her district. So I just wanted to say that I wasn't ready to vote. I wanted to hear what she had to say about the East Side.
Well, that's next.
Based on that. Yeah, I know, but she's given a little bit, you've given a little bit, right. So I just know what it's not doing on the Northwest, so
Okay.
I'll hear a little bit more if there's time.
Okay.
for the
I
East.
need to clarify one other thing that was said. It's very quick, but I heard the word heritage, and heritage is not in the CRA. So actually, these FPI folks might be moving people along into the parking garage at Heritage, then BSO has to deal with it, so.
Very good.
get
Thanks
out.
for clarification. All right, any further discussion? Thank you. There isn't. Let's go ahead and call the roll on item number 3.
Commissioner Fezzik,
No.
Commissioner Perkins,
No.
Commissioner Sigerson-Eaton,
Yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Yes.
Vice Chair Fournier,
No.
Mayor Harden.
No. Staff, you've got an opportunity here to come up with something better. How's that? Okay, let's move on to item 4, is a resolution.
Mayor,
Commissioner Perkins, what's,
so the vote did not pass. So we, excuse me, so we have approximately 300,000 lingering out there. So are we, pardon me?
we got what?
300,000.
I didn't quite hear you.
353.
Sorry.
Wait, hold on, let me look at the right amount. I said approximately. 353,800.
Okay.
That was the amount that was supposed to be paid for the security. So it did not pass. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so are we directing staff to do what at this point?
Nothing.
So is this coming back to us? What happens to this?
The contract does not get let.
I know, okay. The
And the
contract,
$353,000 that was going to pay for the contract does not get spent.
right, the contract failed. What happens to the 353,000?
It does not get spent. Period. End of story.
Mayor, Chair.
Mr.
So
Tran.
it will get reallocated during the budget, so you will see the reallocation.
So, Mr. Tran, is it correct? It does not get spent?
It does not get spent.
Thank you. So it doesn't get spent.
So, legal, is there a possibility to earmark these funds?
In your budget cycle,
Yes, we can.
in your budget cycle.
Okay. So what I like to do is I like to earmark these funds for the Northwest as we've discussed based on the senior center and the businesses.
We're not in,
I'm sorry. Right.
you don't have your proposed budget in front of you, so
I know, but let me just tell you the reason I'm saying that. The reason I'm saying that is because if this 353 goes into the budget, it's anywhere you want to place it in the budget, right? Or where you see fit, or where you see the need.
It's where the commission.
It's anywhere
directs it to go.
you-
It's where the commission directs it to go.
Okay, but
CRA
what we're
board
saying-
directs it to go.
It's anywhere you see it fit to go.
Okay, so if we walk away from this right now, it will not go in the direction I would like to see it go. Because staff sitting and they're watching, and they're thinking, okay, we can put this money here, we can put this money there. How can we make sure, before we leave this meeting, that these funds are earmarked for District 4? And not only earmarked, but specifically earmarked for the Senior Activity Center, garden, whatever, or the improvement of businesses on MLK.
So, as I recall in the budget, this is housing and neighborhood stabilization line item.
Okay.
So you will not see that anymore.
Okay.
If it's a new project, then the board can create a new project and have that go to the new project. if it's allowed in the statute and if it's in our CRA plan.
Okay, so can we bring back this amount at the next meeting to talk about the budget? And where we want to see the line item? You said housing and what again?
Neighborhood stabilization.
Housing and neighborhood stabilization.
Okay, neighborhood. That would fall up under that, right? Okay, so is it possible to bring these funds back to the next meeting for discussion?
We can, and you know, what you said was, can it be available for businesses? I want to remind you that our incentive program for the Northwest is double the amount on the East. It's $400,000. We don't spend that at all. I mean, in the East, we spend every bit of it. In the Northwest, it's available. And we have, I guess the last one we did was the Big Daddy Conch restaurant. So it's available to the Northwest businesses.
Right, well, if you can bring this back, this funding amount at the next meeting, I can give you a list of items of where I think it should be spent or possibly could be spent in the Northwest. Do I need to make a motion for you to bring it back, or you can just do it without a motion?
No, I think you have to have board action on how you want to handle these funds, because presently they're in your budget, allocated under the line item for housing and stabilization. So you as a board need to give staff the direction as to whether or not you want to consider it at the next meeting, if you want to consider it during your budget cycle, how you want to do it. But you need to have a board action.
When is our next budget meeting?
July is when you get the draft budget.
This is June. Okay, I would like to bring it back up at the next meeting for June.
We have a definition also of what housing and neighborhood stabilization programs entail.
Commissioner Prince has the floor.
Yeah, I would like to make a motion that we bring up the approximately $350,000 funding for the budget item for the next meeting, next CRA meeting, which is June, what?
At our June CRA meeting.
1, 2, 3, June 16th.
Seconded.
Okay, so you're asking that we have a discussion item on the June CRA meeting
Yes,
to discuss
regarding the funding.
This funding?
The budget.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to have a discussion item on our next CRA meeting about this $353,000 some odd dollars. Discussion item, correct?
Yes, yes.
Clarify, just a discussion.
Yes.
Yes, that's what it is.
Been moved and seconded to do that. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item?
Vicente Thoreau, Pompano Beach. Mayor, I think this is a terrific opportunity to look at the corridor and to figure out how we can make improvements. As we always do this, and I'm going to say how I feel, this is Pat Larkin's legacy. And I think that what you did today shows that you care about moving it forward, because honestly, like I said, when was the last time you've been to Bojo's? Mayor, they should have an opportunity to get some of this money to make improvements to their restaurants. I'm just being honest with you about it. The barbershop, O.C. Phillips Barbershop, Mayor, you get a nice haircut, but when was the last time you've been to O.C. Phillips Barbershop? Mr. O.C. Phillips Barbershop has been around for over 50 plus years. So when we help in the corridor, we're preparing everybody for the future of development. And that's what I'm trying to talk about. To Commissioner Eaton, that's all I'm talking about. You know what time it is with me, baby. Hey, I just want what's best for the whole neighborhood. I'm talking about the motion, man. Come on now, give me a little latitude, longitude, whatever you want to call it. We think that this is a good opportunity to look at the situation and how to allocate this money to do some improvements on the corridor. Thank you so much.
Very good. Further input from the public. Please come forward. Name and address for the record.
Tundra King, I think this is a great opportunity to continue to work along the corridor. I spoke about it earlier. I think I've spoken about it a million times at nauseum at this podium about a lot of the improvements that we need up and down the Northwest community. I don't think we should have to wait to the $2 billion project takes root before we clean up our neighborhood and go to where we can feel safe. We should be able to feel safe. I do go to Bojo's. Clearly, I don't get a haircut, but I know about Ms. O.C. Phillips and the work that they have done in this community. And that whole corridor, it does need a facelift, but we don't need to wait. I think that's a problem. We've allowed it to wait and just go to hell in a handbasket, and now this is what we have. So we have, whatever we do, again, thank you, Commissioner Perkins, we need to make sure that whatever program or plan we come up with, that there has to be some consistent accountability as to what's required for whatever company or wherever we want to use the money to, and I look forward to something new, innovative, and creative coming with the funding.
Very good. Further commission discussion? Oh, I'm sorry, further input from the public. Apologize. We hadn't closed public input yet, sorry.
Ann Bosworth, 4015 West Palmyra Drive. I just wanted to thank you for allowing that to happen. Sometimes we get the feeling when we're out here that this divide is really all about who said it. And so it is so important that you heard us. We brought a thing to you. We said it's a problem. For me, it's all about accountability. If I'm hiring somebody to do something, I don't care what it is, I want to be able to see the progress of it. And I think that's what's being asked here. I don't think anybody doesn't want safety. I think everybody wants safety. So thank you for allowing that to go forward. And then we'll expect that kind of collaboration and compromise and working together on other things, especially as we come up with a solution. So we don't want to punish anybody who didn't want to move forward, right? We want to make sure that something happens on the flip side at the next meeting. Thank you.
Further input from the public? Please come forward. Just name and address, take your time.
951 Northeast 27th Avenue, Mocha McGee. Vicente hit it right on the head. It needs to be cleaned up. It needs to look beautiful. Northwest should be as beautiful as the Northeast. Bottom line. Public safety is important. Maybe we do need more people. But it seems to me that you just don't like, some of these commissioners just don't like the company sitting in their cars. Maybe they should be on bicycles. Maybe they should be walking around. Maybe on horses. I don't know. No, so think about it. Public safety is important. And to make the Northwest grow the way Northeast has grown, that's important. It's helped us. We have tourists here. We have kids here. We have grandparents here. We need safety. That everybody can feel comfortable.
Very good, thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, go ahead. Further input from the public?
W.R. Carney, 101 Northwest 30th Avenue, and only because I'm going to be out of the country next meeting, what if you took to the business owners some kind of tax incentive instead of spending money, incentivize the business owners that they take care of their areas and get some kind of a tax break?
Good idea.
Very good. Further input from the public? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion.
Mayor.
I got Vice Mayor, Vice Mayor, then I got Commissioner Segerson-Eaton.
Thank you. I have just a couple of quick things. I don't want to wait till November to talk about this because I do think this money being earmarked for what we want it to is important, so it doesn't somehow end up in downtown or consulting or somewhere else. So I don't think there's any point in waiting. I think we need to do it now. And I do think we should make sure there's a public safety component to it, but the right way, and then I had one thought when we talk about the corridor here and some of these old businesses. So it's the grant programs are matching, right? So it requires a certain amount of investment in order to take advantage of them, which is why I don't think we see that as much in the north. I understand, but this came up. Commissioner Perkins wanted to talk about the grant programs and the corridor, like everyone else did, relative to this money. But one thing I want to make sure we talk about in this discussion is maybe there is a way to modify the grant programs in the Northwest for like businesses that have a certain tenure, like old businesses, where they don't have to have the same amount of matching money. Can we look at that? Do you understand what I'm saying?
Sounds like
Yes,
like a
so,
report
so
item.
you are requesting that we revamp our incentive program.
In the Northwest, especially, so maybe, especially for older businesses or,
Right, so as a reminder, O.C. Phillips did get an incentive from this board, as well as a lot of other businesses. It is open, we have $400,000 available. It is calculated based upon what they put into it.
I'll talk about it in my report, that's fine. But I do think one of the problems, if it's not getting spent, then the incentive isn't working, right? The whole point of an incentive is someone's gonna come here and take advantage of it. If they're not taking advantage of it, the program's not designed properly and the money's just sitting there.
Very good.
Thank you.
Commissioner Sigerson-Eaton.
Thank you, Mayor. New and you just sort of took my thunder away. There's grant money available for businesses on the corridor currently that exists. They've been there, they are there. I think we all should brush up by the next meeting on what a CRA can and cannot do. Ms. McKenna, social services are out. So we need to make sure that we can't just go give money to the senior center. That is prohibited by law. So I'm just gonna say that, I would like to see another ambassador firm, patrolling firm. I'd like to see that vote revisited at the next meeting. Thank you.
Very good. Okay, further discussion on the motion to direct the $353,000 discussion on our next agenda. That's what we're debating here, that motion. Any further discussion? Seeing none, let's call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik?
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins?
Yes.
Commissioner Sigerson-Eaton?
No.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Vice Chair Fournier?
Yes.
Chair Harton?
Yes. Item number 4 is a resolution.
A resolution of the Pompano Beach Community Redevelopment Agency approving and authorizing the proper officials to execute an agreement for professional services between the CRA and FPI Security Services, Inc. for unarmed roving security guard services in the ECRA district, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. Ms. Vasquez, anything else?
No, just to state that this agreement was for the ECRA district between the CRA and FPI services. It's also the same terms of 3 years with 2 additional 1-year terms, 7 days a week, 112 hours per week, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. And for 1 year is $157,248. That concludes my presentation.
Very good. Thank you for that. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, please, don't be shy. Please come forward. Otherwise, I will close it. I don't want to cut off the debate, but you got to move. Thank you.
Some of my friends online like to give a lot of input for somewhere they don't reside. That's not my position. I would hope that the commissioners up here that represent the ECRA, if they are having a concern and are, as we were concerned that there's a lack of accountability with the requirements, then I strongly support that. And I hope that if the FPI, FBA, whichever one they are not meeting the standards that we've set as far as homeless, driving by, making sure doors are locked, I think, again, it should be revisited, just as we spoke for the West CRA.
Very good. Thank you. Further input from the public, please come forward. Name and address for the record.
Danielle Flanshaw, 820 Northeast 10th Avenue. I think that the McNabb Park is going to help a lot with any homelessness in the area, and I'm excited to bring attention back to that project. For me, living in the East, I do feel like, it's relatively safe, but I know that that area is one area that comes to mind, as other residents mentioned today.
Very good. Thank you. Further input from the public? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion. Anybody? Okay, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik?
No.
Commissioner Perkins?
No.
Commissioner Sigerson-Eaton?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Vice Chair Fournier?
No.
Chair Harden?
No. Okay, that moves us on to reports. All right.
Mayor, can we take a break? Short break.
Yeah, because it's, let's see, it's been, yes, let's take a 10-minute break.
Thank you.
10-minute recess. reconvene this Pompano Beach CRA meeting on May the 19th, 2026. Thank you for the brief intermission there. All right, that takes us up to reports. We've got Executive Director, Mr. Tran, filling in for Mr. Harrison.
Yes, thank you, Chair. The only report I have, and we haven't made it in public yet, is we just got our final complete audit. So the CRA has had a clean audit for over 15 years. So following the city's
Right.
14, we have over 15. So that completes my report.
Okay, that's great. 15 years now. Wow, that's something. 15 years, no findings. That's you know, we don't have our auditor here, but I expect that's probably some sort of, not a record, but I'm sure it's a rarity. Very good. All right, CRA Attorney, Ms. McKenna.
Yes, thank you. As all of you know, I always want to be sure that our public record is accurate. So I need to address statements that were made at the April 28 City Commission meeting. Commissioner Fesick again raised the subject of the legality of my agreement for professional services with the CRA. And while I have addressed this matter at CRA meetings each time it has been raised, Commissioner Fesick also requested an opinion from Mr. Berman as well. Commissioner Fesick stated that the agreement violates the city charter and Florida law. The underlying premise on which that legal position is based is flawed. She stated that the agreement is a service agreement and not an agreement for legal services. That is simply not the case. By its express terms, the agreement is an agreement for legal services. It is not a service agreement like the non-legal service agreements that are regularly procured by the city and the CRA. Mr. Berman was absolutely correct when he stated at the April 28 meeting that Section 251C of the city charter does not apply to my agreement with the CRA. The CRA does not adopt ordinances. That provision requires adoption of agreements by ordinances. Also, my agreement is not an agreement that requires appropriation for more than 1 year. That part of the charter provision is intended to address agreements for projects that are not able to be completed within 1 year and for which the local government needs to be able to appropriate the necessary funds for the project at the time the contract is signed. In contrast, the CRA does not have any restriction on multi-year agreements other than the limit of the executive director's authority, which is currently $200,000. Careful review of the city's procurement and contracts department procedures manual indicates in multiple provisions that it is procurement contracts that exceed $200,000 that are submitted to the City Commission for approval. Significantly, there is no reference whatsoever to agreements for legal services. Applying the correct nature of the agreement, i.e. legal services, it is also abundantly clear that there is no violation of Section 163-375 of the Florida statutes relating to procurement. Mr. Berman and I agree that the statute requires that CRA procurement has to follow city procurement requirements. In that regard, my contract was handled just like all other city contracts for legal services. Neither the city nor the CRA procure legal services. Mr. Berman and I routinely hire attorneys to represent the city or the CRA, and those agreements are not brought before the Commission or the CRA. The term of such an agreement is typically for whatever period is required to complete the legal task that is the subject of the agreement, and routinely extends for multiple years, especially when litigation is involved. Commissioner Fesick also pointed out that my initial agreements were brought before the CRA board. Although it was not legally required, I took the position as the CRA attorney that my agreement with the CRA should not exceed the executive director's contracting authority without board approval. Theoretically, I could just as easily have simply had a retainer agreement by which Mr. Berman, as city attorney, could retain me to provide legal services to the CRA. That is the type of agreement I actually have with the city for my legal services. For each of the initial agreements, the executive director's authority was $75,000. And again, while it was not legally required, I recommended that the agreements be submitted to the CRA. That authority limit has been changed to $200,000. My contract is a 3-year agreement that is simply not required to come before the CRA. An accounting of my legal services for the first year of the current agreement shows that the CRA has expended approximately $59,000 for my legal services from May 1, 2025 through April 30, 2026. Both Mr. Harrison and Mr. Tran monitor the total and accurately presume that, barring any extraordinary need for additional services, the agreement is well below the $200,000 threshold. Because Commissioner Fessick stated that Mr. Harrison and Mayor Hardin had unlawfully violated city and CRA's rules, it is imperative that our public record on this matter is accurate. My contract was lawfully entered into by the CRA. It was lawfully signed by the executive director and chair, and there is no legal basis to infer or conclude that it is void ab initio, as Commissioner Fessick claimed. It is my understanding that Mr. Berman has issued an opinion that is consistent with everything I have just placed in our public record. Commissioner Fessick also stated at the April 28 meeting that this wasn't personal. Actually, it is quite personal. The Commissioner's insistence on claiming that my agreement with the CRA is unlawful necessarily implies that I compromised my professional integrity to obtain a contract with the CRA. The Commissioner again brought up the completely false narrative regarding a conflict of interest with RMA. You all may recall that unfounded statements resulted in a resident of Pompano Beach filing a bar complaint against me, based largely on statements the Commissioner made publicly. You may also recall that the Florida bar found no basis to pursue that complaint and closed its case. The Commissioner's remarks on April 28 do a disservice, not just to me personally and professionally, but to our residents who rely on veracity from their elected officials. As I have said on several occasions now, the CRA board retains the absolute discretion to terminate my contract for convenience. If that is the Commissioner's desire, I respect her right to pursue that outcome. I do not, however, respect repeated efforts to malign my professional reputation, and I formally request that such remarks be that you cease and desist from making any further unfounded allegations against me. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Ms. McKenna. Appreciate that. Okay, moving on. Our next meeting date will be June 16th, 2026. That takes us up to CRA Board. Commissioner Fessick.
Thank you. In regards to the report that we just heard from our from CRA attorney, I don't like to respond on the fly, but I will make sure that I say, once again, it was not personal. It was about the contract and making sure we followed the rules, and I asked for an opinion to do so. So, again, I wasn't planning on bringing it up again. I asked for an opinion. I got one. Thank you. I want to find out if we are going to be discussing, so I want to put this, I'll start here. I know that Vice Mayor brought it up briefly about how the agenda was sort of turned around, in my opinion, and I guess in hers as well. The level of reports that I asked for the level of information that I asked for at our City Commission meeting was very specific in saying that I wanted to have a discussion item that included information about expenditures. That it was not a presentation, not a report, that it was actually a discussion item placed on the agenda so that we could have an open dialogue about some of these things that affect us so much. We are looking at, my particular request was for related to McNabb House and Botanical Gardens and McNabb Park. And the reason for that is simply because it has been over a year and 4 months roughly that I've been asking for exactly that. I want to peel back the layers and really look. And we're heading back into, and a lot's happened in that time frame. We're heading now into budget season again for both the city and the CRA. And this is a lot of money that we're allocating to a project. The numbers that they have provided have been helpful. The requests that I have made over the entire time I've been elected has been helpful because I have been learning quite a bit about what's been going on. The problem when you do that is that you have this massive amount of information that you have to sort through, you have to learn, then you have to figure out how you're going to be able to convey what you've learned to others in a simple format. You have to learn what's allowed, what's not allowed, what's questionable, what needs to be questioned, what those processes are. And I've been doing all of those things. So I do have a lot of questions related to McNabb, and so I'll start with that because I don't anticipate that if I let the reports go by that we're going to actually discuss anything. So we'll take it there. So bear with me here for a second because there is quite a bit. I just want to confirm on the record that the city has a lease with the CRA for McNabb Park.
Yes, it's current.
And then there was an amended lease. The lease was amended, I believe, a year or two later, correct?
Yes, so let me explain
No,
the
if
two
that's it,
leases.
thank you. I'll have lots of questions for you later, but let me just.
So we lease the entire park from the city.
You lease the entire park from the city, right? Okay. And as per our charter, when the lease was enacted and the amendment was as well, we still have leases were authorized by ordinance of the city commission, correct? Through the approval of the city commission.
Correct.
Was that park, so McNabb Park is part of the transit-oriented district, an transit-oriented district, and still designated as a parks and recreation land, correct?
That I don't know offhand what the declaration is.
Okay, but it was. If it isn't now, it was.
Yeah, that
Was,
I don't know.
all right, those were per your words. Okay. So we have the financials that you provided. Do you know that, so I remember asking, so just want to make sure I phrase this correctly. So I remember asking back in, I think January or February of last year, and then again through April, about the amount of money that was spent on McNabb Park project.
To date.
Well, at the time, to date.
Correct.
Right, to date, at the time to date. And so at the time to date, there was some confusion or maybe changes in numbers or maybe you were looking at encumbrances and whatever it may have been. There was some discussion and there was some confusion. And at that point in time, it was, I believe, 2.1 million.
There was no confusion on my part. It was to date expenditures, which you asked for.
Right, and it was that, the 2.1 was at the part when I asked for it back in.
Probably at that point in time.
Okay, so that was in 2020, January or February of 2025. Okay. I know that some people are thinking, oh my gosh, where is she going with this? So, again, remember I like contracts and I like leases. And according to our lease, and it wasn't changed in the amendment, we were supposed to, the CRA was supposed to spend at least $1,350,000 in qualifying capital improvements by September 16th, 2021. And at least $2.7 million in qualifying capital improvements by September 16th, 2023. Is that correct?
That I don't know offhand, but yes.
Do you have the copy of the lease, Ms. McKenna?
I don't have it with me, no, but I'm more than happy to bring it to the next meeting or send you a response to that question.
Maybe we'll end up having another meeting. Okay. So the important portion to remember there is qualifying capital improvements, qualifying capital improvements. So if the spending would have to be tied to the premises, so we'd have to make sure that, so qualifying, so I'd like to know, I'd like for everybody to make sure that we provide publicly, if that's been the case, the ledger, invoices, canceled payments, capital improvement classification, funding source, dates paid, and lease section tying those expenditures to those required improvements. Because from what it looks like to me, and again, just somebody who likes to read, you're defaulting on your lease. That's what it looks like. Somebody who looks like at least. It looks like you didn't meet the obligations of the lease. That's what it looks like. So I would ask, the city manager, who's not here, left, or executive director, who's not here and left. So the reason why this is a concern is because we're spending a lot of other money on the project. And we still have a non-finished project. And we still have a project that a lot of people have a lot of concerns about while that money is being expended. I think everybody agrees, like I've said before, that leaving it the way it is at the moment is not going to be a solution. We need to fix the park. But moving forward with a project that serves to do a bunch of different things here is a different issue. So based on the records that I did get, so I'm asking you to correct me if I'm wrong, only $882,123.69 clearly qualifies as capital improvement spending, which was the relocation of the McNabb House. And the rest appears to be design fees, consulting, surveys, demolition, and other pre-construction soft costs. So to put that in contrast, again, this is based on records I received, so may not even be up to date. The Bermello-Agemo contract is 87.38% billed, but the 100% of construction contracts, or construction documents, are only minimally complete. It says 5% complete, and permitting was about 20% complete. So it means that we've spent a good amount on the project, but doesn't appear to have the documents that we have to actually bid and build the project yet. I know they're working on it. So this is not about stopping progress or a project. This is about making sure that we protect the city, protect the CRA, protect the taxpayers, and protect the public record before any money continues to move. This is also the reason why I've asked for this for over a year. So do we have, I'll ask you instead of Mr. Harrison, since you're here, on what date do we have city records showing that $2.7 million in qualifying capital improvements were completed at McNabb Park?
We can give you that report. I can assure you we did not default on that lease. It's a contract obligation, and staff has reviewed that we did meet those obligations.
Okay. So I'm not asking whether the money was spent, though. You're saying that the city and the CRA both certify that the capital improvement spending under the lease, as opposed to soft costs, was met.
Commissioner, if I may, I think I can probably help. I think you are reading the provision in the lease too narrowly and in the city code too narrowly. It's for such buildings, so shall specify the dollar amount for such buildings. And so everything that we have done to date is all relating to the capital improvement, which is the park in its entirety. So I appreciate your concern that the CRA might have defaulted on its lease with the city, but I want to make sure that the public that's listening understands.
You had your chance to, and let me finish my thoughts.
I'm going to finish my statement, Commissioner, if you don't mind, because
let her finish.
it's about the law. And what I,
But I'm not finished my thought. I will be more than happy to give you the time to respond.
Let Ms. McKenna complete her.
the CRA is an arm of the city. Everything that we are doing at McNabb Park is the city. It is the city's park. We are leasing it in order to improve it, but it's the city. And I don't want anybody that's listening to be confused that this is like an arm's length transaction between ABC Corporation and the city of Pompano Beach. It's the city and the city. We're working together to get a project done.
Thank you.
While I appreciate that, wasn't finished my thought, and I would disagree in some respects that we're technically working together. Okay, now back where I was, because it's important that I start to make sure that this is, and listen, this is a report based on things I've learned, and and like I said, I'm happy to ask for questions, which is why I've asked the questions. I'm happy to hear the responses, but when I ask for them, so if that's the case, the total spent as per Mr. Tran back in January, February of 2025 included all of those things, and the total spent based on the multiple emails that I got and the multiple everything that I got and multiple public outcry that was directed in my direction all said 2.1. So that was what was supposed to have been expended, not encumbered, expended, and it was not. So there's that. So I'm looking forward to seeing how that's piecemealed together, but that's only one very small portion of the conversation.
Did you add the acquisition of the chamber property as well?
Mr. Chair,
That will be part of.
You can try to come up with the numbers however you want, but you're the one who gave me the numbers. So
You didn't ask for
and
acquisition
again,
costs. Right?
I report. Thank you.
We'll give you a
So
report.
you're welcome to put whatever you want in that paper. So 15 days after that, on October 1st, of 2023, the CRA did a great job in executing a grant standard agreement. So do we have any information that's up to date about that grant? It was a grant for a $1 million federal pass-through, and so we ended up with I think $1.5 million, where we got $1 million if we contributed $500,000, I believe. So it was like 1.5 total.
We had 3 grants. One was $1 million, another one was $500,000, and another one was $500,000 for a total of $2 million.
Okay. So that was one of those recently, or maybe in the past year or so?
I'd call Ms. Vasquez up where she knows.
The point being is that in the documents that I have, I don't have the last one. So that's just a good point to make. So that $1 million federal pass-through grant, it was federal award, so FAIN P23AP01591. Did we ask for an extension on anything there? Because it says that there's a completion date of June 30th, 2026 for the project.
We currently have 3 grants, and all 3 have been extended and approved.
Okay. And is there normally some sort of notice that is given to a board or maybe even our executive director when those things are done to the public?
No, generally we do every 6 months. They send paperwork and ask us to do an extension and give a status of where we're at. And we've been in construction drawings for the past year.
Okay, so my thought is that it would be a big portion of what is communicated to the public or communicated to your board. That's just my opinion, but I know I'm welcome to it. The the First Amendment was, yeah, the First Amendment was May 18th, 2022, so. Are we, so I also, so I'm kind of going to go into this, are we still not, do we still not have a restaurant participation, a restaurateur or someone to participate in McNabb hosts?
We have spoken to approximately 3 restaurant operators as well as event operators. We have to solicit for that service. We're a little short-staffed right now, so it's taking a little longer to get that out, but we are working on the solicitation for that.
Okay. It's now 2026, so, and I think if I remember going through the first videos and iterations of this project, it was always stated that that was the priority first, because that one befell the next. That was phase 1, then phase 2, phase 1, then phase 2. I went through I've had to go through a lot of this stuff with the site plan and how that was done. And I will admit that I missed something. I didn't recognize something in August last year that I really wish I would have. Because there's some sort of change, and maybe you can explain to me, and that, because this maybe make it a lot easier. So if you go to BCPA and you pull up our 2250 East Atlantic Boulevard, which is the address for McNabb Park, and you go back and automatically it'll give you the most recent tax year. But if you go back and you select the year between 2020, 21, 22, 23, and 24, and 25, all of those years, the property ID is listed, the address is listed, but the property use is designated as 82-04, Forest, Parks, Recreation Areas, Municipal, which basically means it's a community park. I'll add to that because this is the other part that's interesting, is the property assessment from last year, 2025. The land property assessment was at $1,047,940. And the building improvement was $25,460. The year prior, the same number was for the land, and the building improvement was at $60,440. So bear with me here, but fast forward to 2026, and if you pull that up now, everything else has stayed the same with the exception of 2 things. The property use is now designated as 80, which is vacant governmental. There is no mention of a park. There's no mention of it being listed as a park. But the biggest portion about that that's concerning is that we have these overlay districts, right? So the transit-oriented or the East Overlay District, where the park sits, where other development has the rights to, and we've encouraged that other development. Because the park sits there, and even though it had a designation as public recreation and has been known as McNabb Park, with the dedication and I guess the removal of the park assessment, our land is now valued in 2026 at $4,584,760. That's more than 4 times what it was last year, which sounds great in theory, right? And then the building is at a 0. So I would like to know what the process is for that change to have been made and when it was made, and what that means for us as a city / as a park designation.
So, first off, you're relying on the property appraiser to determine use and also anything else related to zoning and what's allowed there. They don't control that.
Correct.
We control that. And as I want to remind you that we did go through the process from DRC to AAC to P&Z with all comments addressed. We have a development order. If the city did not allow this project to be on that site, we would not get a development order. based on zoning, based on use, based on our approved site plan. Does that answer your question?
Not entirely, but it's helpful.
We have always said that this would be a public park. This is public open space.
Is it a public park or public open space? Because they're
It technically is public open space. Public park, as you're used to, are amenities like tennis courts, like pickleball. This is true open space.
Would playground also qualify?
Well, there are kid playgrounds in there in our sensory garden, as you recall from the master plan that we presented to you.
So this is not just so we're clear, this is a public open space now and not a park.
It is 75% open space. That is more than what we had before.
That's not what I asked.
Yeah. It's not what you want to hear.
Well, it's not what I asked. And it's not what the public actually wanted to hear, because that's the messaging you've been telling everybody. You're going to have a park. It's going to be a park. It's
your
never going to be a park.
messaging hasn't been the other way.
So this is another
no
example
longer
of
a public
why.
park?
So this is another example to me of why residents are so angry. This is what I have to hear. This is why people ask me questions, and this is why we've got this trust issue, because we were told one thing over and over and over again, and then behind the scenes, these things are being done in a way that's completely legal and completely allowed, step by step, to now make it from a public park to public open space, and that is a difference that is an issue. So, all right, next. Like I said, I've been waiting to talk to McNabb Park for quite some time, so sorry. It is my understanding that when I looked at the DRC information, and I looked at what was presented to P&Z, that it was conveyed to P&Z, as per the meeting, that this was really about just a site plan, and there were some minor things that were taken care of in terms of some small amendments based on the overlay district and based on where the house sat and or the proposed classroom space, that there was going to be a need for a public purpose adjustment for relief from the Parks and Recreation requirements of section 155.5602 that dealt with lot coverage and building setbacks, building facades, things like that. What I didn't know back then, because usually when things are like that, where they require a public adjustment or they require some additional adjustment or approval, usually it goes from planning and zoning and it comes to us. Well, the difference there, if you go back into the fine code, is that our public purpose adjustments no longer have to come through for approval to City Commission. They can be routed directly through our Development Services Department, or Development Services Director. So I will ask you, is there any intent to bring the public purpose adjustment for relief for the Parks and Recreation requirement related to McNabb Park and/or McNabb House Botanical Gardens to City Commission, or are you going to rely on our Development Services Director's approval?
That is in the code. So it's a policy decision as the commission to bring it up. We follow the code.
Okay, it's actually, the way that it's written is it's the Development Services Director's, he can choose to bring it up or choose not to bring it up to the commission. So I am asking you, is it your recommendation that they bring it to, that it is brought to commission so we can make sure we have the conversation with the public, or is it something that is planned to have happen behind closed doors?
It's a public purpose adjustment. We follow the code. It's a development director's decision.
Okay, and so I'm asking you.
It does not say we bring it back to commission.
It says it's a decision.
We are
correct?
following the
Not-
code.
Right, so, right, then I'll ask you a different way. Would you please ask the Development Services Director, given that there are a lot of people who have concerns about this, to bring that to commission rather than just signing off on it?
There's a lot of people in here that is wanting this project done expeditiously, constantly. We're under pressure as staff to implement an approved project by the board, this board, as well as city commission. It is our direction to carry out that unless you as a body vote as a whole to remove it.
I didn't ask you that. I asked you if you would.
We are not delaying any more time.
So the answer is no, you're not going to ask him
We are following the code.
as the way you choose to interpret it. Yes, thank you. Okay. And listen, like I said, but it's by your right, but I don't want this to be confused with anything else. You know, as does probably more than half the city, this is a hot topic item for a lot of people. This is a controversial item for a lot of people. This is a lot of money that is going to be allocated to this particular project. This is an extension of the CRA that we will not be able to sunset if we bond out related to this project. It will prohibit us from basically using that potential tax revenue in a different way. So asking for a decision to come to us, since transparency has not been applied for well over a year at our executive director's direction, that's going to be a problem for a lot of people. That's going to be very difficult pill for a lot of people to swallow, even though it's quote unquote allowed.
Commissioners, let me remind
No,
you that
no,
we do
this is
economic development.
No, this is my report.
projects.
You had your chance. Thank you. You can reply somewhere else. I'm done being interrupted at this point. I've had it. I've been doing this for far too long, and I'm happy to ask you a question. You can answer it, and we move from there.
If there's a question, you can address that.
Absolutely.
Thank you. So I know better than to make a motion about it because, quite honestly, we already know how that's going to go. So I'm just putting things on the record, and I'll let the public decide to tell us what we think we need to be doing. Because to me, there's no sense in debating a motion left, right, and sideways when we know that, as one commissioner said earlier today, that she's going to put off everything until November. So that's banking a lot on. So one commissioner said she's going to put off everything till November, which was said earlier.
That was me.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Anyway, so
Said that about the,
that's all.
the ambassador.
I just said any decisions in general. Decisions in general, thank you.
By all
Again,
means, make your motion.
no, thank you.
All right, let's.
Back to my
Commissioner
report, thank you.
Yes, thank you.
You sit in my lap again?
No,
I
I
was like,
dropped
just-
something.
okay,
I'm
sorry.
getting something. Good God.
Not much.
Give me a moment, since I was interrupted and I had to start over a bit.
Oh, please.
Not start over entirely. And you know, so quite honestly, you know what, let me just address that really quickly, because yes, the oh please, trust me, I am extremely frustrated that I've had to wait for well over a year to have this conversation that's probably going to have to go on longer than I want it to, but only because we've delayed it for over a year, and it is inappropriate, to be fair, to roll eyes, make comments, or be rude when all I'm asking is for actual information that the public deserves to know, and so do I if you're asking me to approve a dang thing. One thing related to any project, North Downtown, McNabb, anything. It is imperative that we have the information and that the public has the information so they can make their own opinion, not by your press releases, not by the pretty posts, not by the subterfuge that I believe has happened through the legal process to try to push the project to move forward. That is what is frustrating. Like I said, I'm not making motions. I want to get stuff on the record. Mr. Harrison's not here, so I am going to address this other thing that's been bothering me. Yeah, he left. Everything I've said and everything question I brought up has been pulled from from the documents I've been reading, the ones that I've been provided as part of a public records request. If you see them or read them a different way, you are welcome to share your opinion, but that is what I have read and that is what I've deduced from those things.
So you want me to share my opinion?
Not young, no.
Okay.
You can do it in writing.
I thought that was a...
No, it wasn't a request. It wasn't an invitation. And this is probably why people think this is theatrical. In other cities, people do not get interrupted by staff members during the report or any other time. This is highly inappropriate. Highly. Enough, thank you.
Well, Commissioner, just in regard to that, if there is a factual inaccuracy, I would encourage anyone who has the facts to interject those facts.
That's fine, and they're welcome to do so after I'm finished making a statement.
No, it needs to happen on the record.
On the record, it can, sure, after I'm finished. So I want to talk a little bit about some social media stuff that I've seen lately. And I know usually I'm the one that's like, oh, the target of the social media stuff. But honestly, this is something that has been bothering me for well over a year. And I want to talk about the folks involved in the process. So it's no secret that RMA is a property owner just east of the park, and they are highly tied to this project. It is no secret that we have other influential people within the community tied to this project, or tied to this project in some way, shape, or form, and promoting the project. They're property owners or have vested interests in things related to this project. It's not a secret that they have very publicly tried to shame anybody who speaks out against this project. And that's unfair. What's interesting, though, is how this project is structured. So, when it comes time, let's just say that everything goes the way that everybody would like it to, and McNabb House and Botanical Gardens ends up getting bonded and gets up moving forward, and let's just say that all those things happen. Is it still the plan to have a nonprofit take over the day-to-day operations or manage the facility in some way, shape, or form?
I can't tell you at this point until we start digging into the operations and talking with city manager about whether this is operated with city staff, with a hybrid type of system, with a nonprofit. That is yet to be decided.
Okay. Maybe you want to go back and listen to some of the meetings or presentations from before, because in multiple instances, that has been what staff has shared.
Yes, so as you recall, over the past, I don't know how many years we've been working on this, since 2019, we've made a lot of visits to Miami Beach Botanical Gardens.
Okay.
We use that as an example. They operate it with a nonprofit. They fundraise with that nonprofit. There are things that the nonprofit can do that the city and the CRA cannot do. So there are benefits. We are weighing all those operational.
So anyway, so going around that's all well and good. If that's still the case, then I'd like to point out that if that's the way it happens, I think that in social media they say, well, we'll see what, I've heard lately, we'll see what happens when it happens, right? The biggest thing here is that, in my opinion, McNabb Park is being sold to the public as a public park project, but now you're saying it's public open space. The surrounding pattern looks like it's really tightly connected inside our ecosystem, and it's positioning itself around future operations, consulting, parking, property acquisition, and in some instances, I hate to have to say it, but even campaign support and project control. And that's what it looks like, because that's what I'm seeing from vested interests. That's what I'm seeing from the documents. So it's not about saving a house, not about flowers, pathways, sensory garden, about who benefits, who gets access, who gets paid, who gets positioned, and who's steering the future of our public park or public land. So I'm going to step away from that for a moment, but I want to make sure that I put on the record that it was actually already on the record in the site plan that there was a specific nonprofit that was represented by one of our board members, pro bono, that had already expressed interest in participating in that, in the McNabb Park and Botanical Gardens when it was finished, and had expressed interest in potentially running it. And that was disclosed on August 27th, 2025 Planning and Zoning meeting where the site plan was discussed.
Is that fact, or is that,
Oh, it was, yeah,
yeah?
it's fact.
No, there's no agreements in place for
No,
any
I'm saying
nonprofits
he had
to
expressed
run
that
it.
he had a client, he had a client that was pro bono, had expressed interest in potentially taking over those, you can go listen to it. It's right there, Mr. Hartzell. If you are aware, there are some groups out there, and the one that seems to have taken a large step forward in promoting the project, as well as creating a Facebook page around it and being a friend of, just like Friends of Miami Gardens, is unfortunately in part related to me. So wanted to put that on the record just so that it was, and know that, and make sure I also state that don't have a relationship, even though we are related by blood, we do not have a relationship and have not had one since 2024. So also there will not be a conflict of interest on my end. Okay, moving to RMA, because I feel like there's enough with McNabb Park, and I'll work on that by next month, so it doesn't have to be so large. I would still like to see more financials than what were provided here before I do move on. Would still like to see for the public, and I forget just me at this point, I want to see a very, very detailed list of where the money's going, invoices, everything, clickable. I know it can be done. I know it's already properly existing. It's just, this is a choice to not provide it at this point. Moving on to RMA, because time. Across multiple cities, where there have been raised concerns about the level of involvement with the same redevelopment consulting model. And I brought it up at our city commission meeting, and I'm going to bring it up here again. But the reality is, and the very short version of it is, a consultant cannot serve the redevelopment of an area within a city, or a redevelopment agency, and be able to serve the city that's working for the residents in the same capacity. Now, I know that's what we've done. When you look at it, it's really convoluted in terms of how much oversight and overreach we have within the past well over a decade. This is unlike many other cities in Florida or even in other states. Been really researching how we are set up versus how everybody else is set up. So we're seeing a pattern where consultants, attorneys, advisory groups, communications vendors, and private development interests are repeatedly involved, and usually the same people, repeatedly involved in shaping major projects like the Master Development Agreement, or the new downtown, or McNabb, well before they come before this board, and well in between the visits. When I was having issues finding out what was going on with McNabb or in the new downtown, you know what I did? I actually did research. I did the research on the Economic Development Board, Economic Development Council, went to their minutes, had to request them from Kervin because they're also not publicly posted. Went to either the ECRA advisory meetings or the Northwest advisory meetings, and read through everything, all the minutes, because that's where you'll get a lot of the information. And I appreciate the people who take the time to be a part of that, as much just want them to understand that the level of information they are getting in real time is different than the amount of information that some of us get here as being board members. So again, asking for a full scope of information. I want to make sure that it's very clear that anything that I come up and say, or anything that I plan to say moving forward, it's not about people, it's about doing the right thing. It's not about individuals, it's not about any of that. It's about making sure we're doing the right thing and making sure that we set the example moving forward for being proactive when it comes to transparency and not hiding behind procedures that are in some ways, shaped to help to make these projects happen. And And I say that simply because, before anybody goes crazy on me, there's a July 2018 memo that cites exactly what has happened with McNabb Park, about how the land can move this way, the land can move that way, perhaps we can buy the chamber building, perhaps we can do this, and then that way we can release some of the requirements and we won't have to go essentially for additional approvals. So there is that document that exists. And that's where I missed the boat in August of last year, because I didn't learn about it until later. I know somebody else wants to talk about RMA, so I'm not even going to bother making a motion because I'm already going to be crucified enough for my thoughts on McNabb. I want a park, by the way, and I want the right thing in the park, but we were promised multiple times in public forums that this would stay a park. It's a public park, not a public open space, a public park. And in my opinion, and it is well-founded at this point that it is now a public open space, according to Mr. Tran, that we have been misled, and it is my opinion that this project, as it exists, is probably not the best one for the best of the people in Pompano Beach.
So,
I'm sorry. So I'm not done with my report.
Commissioner Fessick, are you saying that the staff
No,
has
I'm not.
misled us?
I said it is my opinion. My opinion is not something that warrants me being interrupted.
I think it's important that we make sure that record is set, that
No,
staff.
my opinion.
That's your opinion.
My opinion.
Ms. McKenna, is there any evidence that staff has misled us?
I want to be sure that everybody that's listening understands that we're talking semantics here. Open space contemplates that there will be park amenities at McNabb. There is no distinction between whether we call it open space or a park. It is the McNabb House and Botanical Gardens with all of the features that were approved in the master plan. So I don't want anybody out there to be confused that somehow or another we've done a bait and switch and there's now not going to be the McNabb House and Botanical Gardens and all of the amenities that are in the master plan. It doesn't matter if we call it open space or park. It is legally what has been approved in the master plan, which includes the McNabb House, the Botanical Gardens, the amenities, all of the things that were brought publicly numerous times and approved in a master plan.
Thank you.
All right, so yeah, let me play that. So yes, McNabb House and Botanical Gardens is what is in the plan. But it was McNabb Park first, and it is McNabb Park, and what is happening is it is no longer McNabb Park, it is McNabb House and Botanical Gardens, as you have suggested. That is the change. Just want to make sure I point out too, is there any sort of prior employment history or any sort of connection, best way I can say it, to our existing Development Services Director and RMA?
You would have to ask the Development Services Director, none that I know of.
Okay. I would just like to make sure that the fact that it's going to come to a decision to move this forward through a public, instead of coming to the City Commission, rests on that director. I'd like to ask Mr. Harrison, even though he's not here, to let us know if there is or if there isn't. Like I said, I know the motion will fail if I make it, but I would still like to see every single piece of what's being done at McNabb Park and McNabb House and Botanical Gardens, again, whatever you want to call it. All right, I've been sick for 3 days. I'm absolutely, I think even more ill after just dealing with some of what I've learned, and it's really unfortunate when you realize that you have the best of faith in a lot of people, and sometimes you're disappointed when they don't do what you think is the right thing. And not just me, but what is the right thing by society standards. So more on that later. Have a good week.
Very good. Commissioner Perkins.
Thank you, Mayor. I will be quick. I have 3 items. First, the traffic light on Northwest 18th Avenue and MLK. I need an update from staff on that. We've been working on this traffic signal for 4 years. I shouldn't say we, but staff, 4 years. So I think at the first part of it, we were waiting on the county to give us the go. And I understand that the design has been completed, but I just need staff to get back with me, excuse me, because the end of this month, the project in Golden Acres will be opening up the end of this month. So there will be quite a bit of traffic at that intersection, and it's a very, very dangerous intersection. And again, I've been waiting for staff to complete this project for 4 years. Number two, I'm also waiting on staff regarding the two stop signs to be placed on Northwest 6th Avenue because the roundabouts were taken out. It's another two intersections that are very dangerous, and I know that we were waiting on an answer from the county. I'd like to know where we are with that. The last thing that I have is that there was a event in my district this weekend, and when I was told about it, I called to find out what type of event it was. And I was also told that BSO showed up at the event and said, Commissioner Perkins said, close it down. And these are some of the things that I deal with BSO. A few years ago when Chief Atkins was here, I had to send him an email, tell his officers to please stop using my name. They would go to different locations and say, well, Commissioner Perkins was complaining. Commissioner Perkins said this. Commissioner Perkins, I had no intentions. All I wanted this weekend was just communication. What was going on in my district, that was my call. That's it. And BSO walked up to the person that was having the event and said, we're here because Commissioner Perkins sent us to close it down. And Commissioner Perkins said no such thing. I would never close an event down. I didn't even know what the event was about, so why would I want to close it down? So those are the things that I have to deal with BSO, and I think I'm pretty good speaking up for myself. So I don't need BSO to say things that I didn't say. And I think that's it for me, Mayor. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Commissioner Segerson-Eaton.
Thank you. First of all, I want to wish everyone a happy and safe Memorial Day weekend. But I do want to just say something, about the Botanical Gardens and the McNabb House. I just love the idea of it. I love the concept. I love the educational element and for school children and field trips. I love the design. And I love the idea of an event center and a restaurant overlooking and having the Botanical Gardens as a backdrop. And I believe that it's going to be a tremendous success and a tremendous opportunity for our city. And I know that a lot of cities would really, really love to have something like that in their city. And I think we're incredibly fortunate to be able to do it. It's going to be an economic engine. It will be, not only do we have the I believe the first jellyfish museum in the United States, here in Pompano, we're going to have a botanical garden and a beautiful restaurant to go with it. I mean, the idea of it is for it to become self-sustaining. It's event space. We're going to rent it out. We're going to be able to pay for the maintenance eventually. I mean, it's always hard to get started, but I could not be more thrilled. And this has been 2023. We voted to move forward on hiring the architect and looking at the master plan in 2023, although it's been in the works. And I could not, going forward, like I said, I love the design. Going forward, I would not be able to support any value engineering or watering down or any dumbed down proposal other than what we have been working on. We have been working on the design for over a year. And I just want to say that the fact of the matter is, until there are 4 votes from this dais to remove it from our CRA plan, Botanical Gardens project must continue and must move towards completion. And the same would go with RMA, which I think is a fantastic firm. They've done a phenomenal job on the east in our fishing village. And I have no doubt they're going to do a phenomenal job in the new downtown. And again, I'm going to cut to the chase. Until there are 4 votes to remove RMA from this dais, RMA is going to remain, thank goodness. And until there are 4 votes on this commission to renege on the contract with our master developer for the new downtown is going to move forward. And I think we should just cut to the chase. Thank you. Thank you very much. And again, everyone have a healthy, happy, and safe Memorial Day weekend. Thank you.
Very good. Commissioner Smith?
No report.
All right, moves on to Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I have a few things, but I just want to say, remind everyone that it also takes 4 votes to pass a budget, which has to be done every year. And it takes 4 votes to move things forward. And that's why putting everything on hold in the hopes that something happens in November is a terrible idea for the people of this city. And compromise in trying to move things forward whenever we possibly can, which isn't very often anymore, is really the only way forward here.
Well, we'll see who votes against the
Commissioner
budget.
Seegerson, it's Vice Mayor's report. Thank you.
Okay, I have a few things I want to talk about. I will be quick. The first one I want to talk about is I've become aware of a proposed residential development in the Northwest CRA on 6th Street. And in conversations about this and in talking to other developers, financing is very difficult right now, and getting some of these projects off the ground can be challenging. And in the past, we have, as a CRA, offered tax incentive financing. For example, Old Town Square, which was all market rate, received I don't know if it was $7 or $8 million tax credit from this board in order to make the numbers work. So basically, over some duration of time after the project is built and comes on the tax rolls, they get a credit back for most of their city taxes for some duration of time until you hit the threshold for the amount of the credit. And for some of these smaller projects with rates where they are right now, it's hard to get off the ground, but some of them seem like good projects. They have, there include workforce units or even some affordable housing units. And for me, affordable housing is a good word, not a bad word, and I can't stand when people twist it into a bad word. Affordable housing is still modern, new, clean, high ceilings, PVC pipes, like nice places for people to live that are just, have maybe certain rents allowed based on income and occupancy. But for these projects, are we, as a board, do we have a program for smaller tax incentives? And if not, I think we should talk about that moving forward. Do we have a program for that now?
Yes. So, Vice Mayor, you're probably talking about Crown Heights 6.
That's one of them, yeah.
Developers are here. We've been in contact multiple times with Charles and Leor, the developers there. We have discussed that. The program was the REDA program that got the Old Town Square off the ground, as well as the Mela Pompano, which is Grover Corlew. That incentive, it's an incentive, it expired. It expired, I can't remember the exact date, but it goes to different cycles as in where you're at in the redevelopment stage. Early on, it's very difficult to finance projects in the Northwest because there were no comps or any of that stuff. And you know, a lot had to do with the type of construction and the market.
Right.
So early on, there's like different stages.
I understand,
of what the
and I
CRA
don't want to interrupt you, but it is getting long today, and Mela and Old Town are all market rate, and I know you wanted market rate and whatever, but my question is, do we have an existing program? And if we don't, are these things we could consider as a board on a one-off basis?
You do not have an existing program, it expired.
So is this something that, as a board, someone could come to us and say, hey, I'm going to put in 10, 15 workforce units or affordable units, or this is what it looks like, but I need this in order to get it off, like, this would help me get it off the ground. And I understand why you did what you did with Mela and Old Town, but let's be honest, you were giving tax credits to developers who are already rich and putting in market rate units. I'm now talking about like smaller projects in a very different interest rate era where it's hard to get things off the ground that actually create affordable housing. I mean, I'm pretty sure Mela put in the workforce, but Adashi did not. So that was 100% market rate, and we gave them $8 million. So now we're talking about a project that actually serves the community more. And I don't like the idea that we say, we'll give the rich developers their $8 million to get the market rate project off the ground, but we're not going to help, or at least consider it as a board. So could someone come to us and ask for that?
Yes, it's a policy decision for the board to take a look at that incentive, and if you want to bring it back, we can revamp it. Maybe it might not be 100% tax rebate like the Adachi or the Grover project. Maybe it's a little less. That is a board decision.
Right. Well, and you have to keep in mind, you know, the East CRA Northwest, like this is just the city component here in the Northwest. We don't have, there's no county or hospital district taxes, but for whatever it is, I mean, the way I view this is, if they can't get it off the ground, or someone wants to build a project and they can't get it off the ground, then we are, number one, losing the affordable housing they were going to create, losing a small, nice, modern community that could actually serve people who need to find housing, and we're not getting those tax dollars anyway, because if no one's building it, so it's not like we're only giving those tax dollars back for a certain number of years, and we weren't going to get those anyways if someone just sat on vacant lots. So we're not giving anything up that we currently have.
You bring up valid concerns on construction, the cost of construction, the labor costs, and the different product types. I mean, it's worth taking a look at if it's the direction of this board to look at that program. But again, it's a policy.
So I would like to look at that program, and I think it is something that we should be maybe revamping and using in a different way now than we've used in the past to address some of the needs in our state. We all talk about needing affordable housing. Well, here's an opportunity to you know, where the rubber meets the road, here's an opportunity to say, if you actually care about it, and put money into the Northwest community, into these developments to create affordable housing opportunities with you know, these are smaller dollar incentives, and eventually these projects will come on the tax rolls and you will get, you know, incremental tax dollars for it. But with interest rates where they are and construction costs where they are, I think this is a program that we should be trying to revamp to address the market needs right now. So I'm going to make a motion to, I guess, have staff come back with, I don't know if you want to come back with a proposal or you want us to come to you. What do you want me to do, Nguyen?
Let me suggest that you and I sit down and look at the existing program and any ideas that you may have to bring forward, and really look at that funding gap that these smaller units may need based upon the current conditions.
Right, and I don't think that is going to be enough to get, you know, tons of these off the ground, like the other incentive programs. It seems like a lot of them sit there and aren't really being used. So I think it's time, and it hit me today that maybe we need a different program, a very different way of incentivizing in the Northwest than in the East too. And that could address some of the disparities there. So I'm happy to sit down with you, but I guess, do I need to make a motion right now?
No, I will sit down with you and look at the program, and any ideas that we formulate, we can
we can bring forward.
Discuss it and we can bring it back.
Okay. Is that,
Well, I mean, if I say something during your report.
what was that?
Vice Mayor's report.
Okay,
Go ahead.
so I will do that with you, Newman, but I would like this board to, actually, I'm going to make a motion. I'm going to make a motion that we put an agenda item on to discuss this and other incentive programs in the Northwest on our next agenda.
Second, if you didn't hear it already.
You said Northwest 6th Street?
Very good. So, okay, so we've got a motion to put a discussion item on our next CRA agenda.
CRA agenda to discuss
discuss
incentive programs.
incentive programs for affordable housing,
Or facades, grants, incentive programs.
those incentive programs overall. Moved and seconded. Discussion on the motion.
Yes, will we get some backup prior to?
I certainly hope so.
I hope so. I mean, so we can
Yeah.
have an informed discussion.
Absolutely. Well, I'll be asking staff for that, absolutely. This is public hearing. Any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion on the motion. Hearing none, call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik?
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins?
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson Eaton?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier?
Yes.
Chair Hart?
Yes. Vice Mayor.
Okay, I still have a few items. So that's, we'll cover, I guess, incentive programs, but I did also want to, and I'll sit down with Newman and talk to you about this also. I think we need to look at, if we have $400,000 in the Northwest in incentive programs and it's not being used, but it's being used in the East, then we're clearly not incentivizing people the right way, and there might be different ways that we need to incentivize in order for the money to get used in the Northwest. I know a lot of it is matching funds or some percent of what you invest, and maybe we need different ratios of that in order to make sure that that funding is getting used in the Northwest, because maybe the business owners aren't as deep pocketed as they are in the East, and there might be some ways to actually get that money out into the businesses and community if we make it less onerous on the businesses. So I will talk to Newman about that also. I've got two more things. I heard Mr. Tran say that there is going to be a solicitation, and I saw it in the backup, a solicitation for a restaurant at the McNabb Botanical Gardens. And I was wondering, I know I'd asked quite a few times if we had the financials analysis for what a restaurant would take. If we have that, I'd like to see it, because I don't know how we're going to put out a solicitation without a financial model of some sort. Do we have, I think we'd hired a consultant at one point to come up with a model. Do we have that?
We have a cost estimate to convert the house and garage, number one. At the time, if you recall, we did put out a solicitation early on, but we weren't as developed in the plans as we are today at 100%. So at that time, there was not a whole lot of interest because a lot of things were up in the air. If you recall, that was Mad Room Hospitality.
This was after this. This was with Sarah Mulder, and she was working with a consultant.
We do have a consultant that was BRV, Biederman Redevelopment Ventures, who helped us come up with that operations plan. And until we get that restaurant operator, we can't get that revenue piece of the plan, because as part of that, it has to be a lease negotiations, how much of the return we're going to get from sales and all.
I understand the complications.
Yes,
here.
we do have.
You can't solve for one without the other.
We do have the plan and ideas for revenue generation.
When do you expect to put the solicitation out for the restaurant operator?
I am working on it currently. That is the best thing I can tell you. Is you're looking at me as your CRA staff. You're looking at Kimberly Vasquez, and this is it. So it's been very difficult doing everything. So we are, I would love to get it out, at least to purchasing by the end of the month.
Okay, thank you. And, I want to talk about one other thing, and then it's been a long day. I mentioned the parking garage and parking in the East CRA at the end of the last commission meeting to come back with a different plan for parking there. And when I read how that got spun online and in the news and just everywhere, I want to clarify what that was all about. I do not support the parking garage that was put before us, and I actually, the more time I've thought about this, the more I think that that would be just a terrible way to use that space, and once we go down that path, we're done. That's all we have there. So has the CRA thought about and I know there was a plan for a grocery store and a hotel and all that, but have we thought about doing some kind of solicitation for like a development down there that includes some kind of parking, but other things that would actually make sense besides, so, because the way I look at this is a 700 space parking garage that far from the beach, like I'm not schlepping my stuff from there to the beach. I might as well just not find a parking space if I have to park there to bring my chairs, my cooler, my kids. So I think it can serve purposes with valet, and there's other operational ways it can be used, but I feel like it's so far away that you almost need to create something around it too. So have we thought about doing that?
This is a city project.
I know, but it's in a CRA.
Was not involved. However, we did account for it in our amended ECRA plan to, take a look at parking, because parking is very needed on the east side. So, I mean, we can absolutely discuss stuff with the city, but it's a city solicitation and a city project.
Well, the parking garage is, but I asked if we'd thought about doing any kind of like.
There was several solicitations, as I recalled, that went out, and I don't know why it didn't come to fruition. I know one was COVID, and there was
been some time, yeah.
There's been some time, but I recall that last proposal was, a parking garage with either a hotel or residential above it with a grocery store. So it was more than just a parking garage, it was everything.
Right.
So.
The more I think about this, just plopping a parking garage there, taking up all that space is, just seems really visionless. And we spent all the money to do that, and then we're done. We've taken that area, and that's it. And to me, it is a bit of a joint CRA city effort. The parking garage, obviously, we've been discussing and working on as a city, but I think more thought needs to go into that remaining area there. Like we have the Jellyfish Museum there now. There's some opportunities there, and I think we'd be missing out if we just threw a parking garage there. So I think those are conversations we can continue to have. And then the last thing is the talk about security we had today, and I don't want anyone to think that we are not concerned about public safety and security. It is always top of mind, but I'm actually hopeful that we can kind of augment what we had there and come up with a better plan that does more for the community also. So I look forward to working with you on that also, and that is all I have. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Vice. Just 2 or 3 things here. First off, I want to thank Commissioner Sigerson-Eaton for bringing up. The Memorial Day is coming up, of course, May 25th, and starting at 9 a.m., we've got our parade leading to the Pompano Beach Cemetery. So it goes from the parade route is 2401 East Atlantic Boulevard to the Pompano Beach Cemetery. Starts at 9 a.m. on Memorial Day. It's always a good time at the cemetery. Be there for Memorial Day celebrations. Thank you. I just want to kind of piggyback on what Vice Mayor was saying there. I just want to point out that the city has, for many, many years, supported affordable housing throughout the city, but especially in the Northwest, because it seems like every affordable housing developer that shows up always has a gap. There's always that gap funding that they need to make it happen. And the city has stepped up time and time and time again to make sure that affordable housing does happen for our residents. So I just want to make sure that's on the record there. Also, I want to talk about a little briefly about the parking garage in the ECRA. And yes, it's at the parking garage. It's a very important topic, and it's the reason it's such an important topic is because we're about to lose all of our parking at the W. The W is going to start construction. I expect that we're going to lose that parking come September. We've got businesses down there that need parking. We've got residents that need parking to go to the beach. This has been dissected, studied, looked at. We've got a plan that pays for the parking garage. We've got plans to put a parking garage in a future future grocery store in front of it, fronting A1A, so people don't have to drive across the bridge to go across to Publix. So this parking garage idea is not something that just came up. And yes, we had ideas. We were going to put a hotel above it with an event center, but putting housing on that particular plot, I don't know if anybody has that idea, but adding density to the barrier island, that's not been something anybody has proposed for a long time, and I would be careful about that because evacuation routes, things of that nature, so it's very dicey for something like that. But our parking garage idea is there. We've got a parking fund that can pay for it. It's not going to cost the taxpayers. It's going to cost the parking ratepayers. We need that parking garage.
And we can only have 49-year leases, and that is unfortunate.
Thank you, Commissioner Segerson Eaton. So that's all I've got. Enjoy the weekend. Happy Mother's Day coming up, and this meeting's adjourned.